any potykacz, which direct us to this room. And some of the people registered, too lately. And at Friday, Ministry, they had to close the registration. So that's why there's a little, let's say, problem. So anyway, we are starting within 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Raz, dwa, trzy. Hej, 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 hej. Hej, hej. Tu. Raz, dwa, trzy. Jeden. Hej.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here in Poland, in Gdańsk. It's a major pleasure. Together with me on the stage is Linas from AI Lithuania Association, one of our main partner of the European AI Forum. He will talk about it, about the European AIF. But today we have a day fully packed from 11 till 4 p.m. We start with some keynotes. There will be Minister Dariusz Standerski as opening remarks. Then we're going to have two recordings, pre-recorded message from from the Lithuanian and Czechia ministers. And then we're going to move to keynotes and panel discussion. At 1:50, we're going to have a lunch break. And then there is a Polish corner, so a presentation of the Bilik, Polish AI policy, and many leading AI companies. So thank you for coming, and maybe a few words from Linas about the European AI Forum and maybe AI Lithuania.
So really nice to be here in this beautiful city of Gdańsk. Really a lot of pleasures that Piotr and Digital Poland helped with all of the organization, so really appreciate that. And we are from also academia, and the first thing that we're starting, so by definition, so what is actually the EAF and European AI Forum? So 2 years ago, the formal umbrella organization from the AI associations across the Europe, from the German AI Association, French AI Association, Poland AI Association, Lithuania, Bulgaria, was established. And we're seeing that all of those associations have one common thing: representation of SMEs, startups, of local companies. So what we're seeing that when we're shaping the policies and looking how to implement the AI Act, we're having the same discussions all around Europe. So today we will once again discuss what is the most important things which happened in our life in last half of the year.
Yeah. Before I give mic to the minister, one welcome remarks also to our friends. I thought, I ran out of bingo cards. Several people from, maybe I will not say countries, have COVID, so COVID is back. Some of them didn't come, so there will be one change in the agenda. I will be moderator instead of one person. Some of them had a logistic issue, and I think we ran out of the bingo cards, so I think it all should work pretty smoothly. So that's it from us. I welcome on the stage Dariusz Standerski, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Digital Affairs. The floor is yours.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you in the beautiful city of Gdańsk, the city with, I believe, probably the richest history among Polish cities. And the city also close to me. I was working here for 2 years, much before when I joining the ministry. And that's why I always visit this city with the great pleasure, and now also with honor. With the great honor because today we can host not only the European AI Forum, but foremost 10 member organizations. 10 member organizations representing more than 2,000 entrepreneurs, units, and representing technology which is in the pivotal point today. Because on the example of your organization, we can observe how AI is changing quickly. How it's changing from discussions within academic rooms and group chats of nerds to geopolitical topic of global leaders, both political and economic. And today we are opening this discussion in the time when in the European Union we have already 13 AI factories placed, and the procedure, the investment has already started. And even more, we are talking about new gigafactories. And a couple of days ago, I declared the Polish bid for the gigafactory in our country, being one of the 5, much 7 countries in the European Union to do so. And we placed our bid because Polish government and Polish presidency as well is fully aware that we cannot afford standing away from those investments, that it's impossible to sustain our growth without investing heavily in AI, investing heavily in our infrastructure, investing heavily in our solutions, investing heavily in your organizations. And that's why I'm looking forward to today's discussions, because we are not only discussing future solutions, we are and we need to analyze today's implementations. Because we need to be also aware that after 13 AI factories will be built in the European Union, then we will be forced to implement their computing powers effectively and wisely, to divide them between academia, public administration, and business. And business side, it's your role. And that's why I hope to maintain our good dialogue and to develop our cooperation, because it's the European future in the economic area at stake. And that's why in the European Union we started to talk not only about the gigafactories, but also about the future of regulations. A couple of weeks ago, Polish presidency issued the report on simplification. And within this report, we also included one of the proposals from the entrepreneurs on the stop the clock mechanism in terms of the AI Act. And suddenly we started the great discussion all across member states. And we discovered that many member states are sharing today this perspective. And there is different approach right now, because some of member states asked us, so if we will have deadline for the implementation, but we still do not have standards, and we still do not have general code of practice. So how we can responsibly implement the AI Act without those documents on the European level? And that's why next week we'll have one of the last discussions of Polish presidency and working group on this simplification agenda, including provisions concerned AI Act. That's why we'll also give this torch to the Danish presidency with the discussion about further implementation and what changed since the Polish presidency took its part. We've conducted the first roundtables with the entrepreneurs, and we are strongly declaring that this needs to be a custom for next presidencies, that we need to exercise those roundtables every 6 months, not only once. Because as you are able to observe reading the report on simplification, it's not only about simply cutting provisions from European acts. It's about changing our perspective on regulation. It's about the proper assessments on the effects of our legislations. It's about calculating the cost of implementation, not only on the European level, but also on the national level when we need to implement DSA or NIS2 or the AI Act. It's about the dialogue with the sector, not when we have all drafts of our bills, but when we start our work, when we came to into idea of doing something, then we need to ask the sector simply if it's wise idea or not really. And that simplification, which is very in line with the new approach of the European Commission. Because, as I told Executive Vice President Virkkunen a couple of times, that I'm not envy her work right now, because as you also seen, the European Commission issues the new investment strategy like twice a month right now. So there's a lot of work, and a lot of totally different work that they get used to for the last 20 years. The European Commission went from regulation to investment strategies. And because that's the new approach, because that is the new perspective, both European Commission and the presidency, not only Polish, but the next ones, we need your support. We need your active presence and consultations. We need your ideas. We need your energy. And we need your strong voice in the public discussion within the European Union. And that's why I'm also really glad that today we have not casual European AI Forum, because we have the new member organization, AI Poland. Welcome on this venue, and I'm glad that we can convene AI Poland today at the conclusion of Polish presidency. There's no better place, no better time to do it. And what I can wish you is to have more and more member organizations on the board, because I can recognize AI forums, AI organizations as important as business organizations 30, 40 years ago. Because in AI Poland, German AI Association, AI Lithuania, and other AI organizations, they are the real center of the future development in the European Union. And that's why I'm glad for today's discussion. I'm looking forward, and I'm looking forward also for your conclusions, because they are vital for us. They are important for us. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day in the wonderful city of Gdańsk.
Thank you so much for the lovely speech. As a European AI Forum, maybe I would underline that we fully support AI Act. You know, we need regulation in Europe because we support European values. But I fully also agree with what the minister said, that we need ICO certification first. I mean, many AI startups, also from Germany, France, Poland, are saying we want to be compliant, but we want to see very, simple rules. And for that, first we need to create certification. You know, I'm a former EY auditor, so I know what the audit means. I audited the largest telecoms in Poland, inter alia. So the thing is, we need certification. And if we're going to have a certification, then I'm pretty sure a lot of startups will get it. So thank you for that, and thank you for the words about the AI Poland. Now I think we're going to have our opening remarks pre-recorded by the Lukas Savickas, the Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. Thank you.
Good morning for everyone, and welcome to this great event. It is a pleasure and honor for me to say a few opening remarks. Recent events in global politics have shown that digital innovations are not only about the possibilities. Now, they are about a necessity to compete and to defend. Artificial intelligence can be the most powerful technology in all sectors, but it will depend only on us how we deal with it. Following Europe's vision of an AI-powered future, Lithuania is working to create a strong and supportive environment for AI development in our region. My country, alongside Estonia, Denmark, Latvia, Slovenia, is a leader in opening up high-value data sets. We are also reforming data governance to ensure better access to quality data and improve data exchange between institutions. High-performance computing is essential for AI progress. That is why we support the development of AI factories, and Lithuania is planning to establish one. This factory will bring together computing infrastructure, data, talent, and both scientific and practical knowledge. By implementing the Artificial Intelligence Act, Lithuania wants to build a strong and flexible AI ecosystem, one that is safe and also supports innovation. We have already named 2 national authorities, the Innovation Agency, which will be notifying authority, and the Communications Regulatory Authority, which will lead market supervision and act as a single contact point. We are also creating AI regulatory sandbox to help businesses test solutions and build trust. In parallel, we are setting up an AI competence center for public sector to improve AI knowledge and support compliance. Over-regulation is an important topic both on national and European level. In Lithuania, we are going to develop new AI solutions which are necessary to make bureaucratic processes more efficient and also to strengthen our cybersecurity. On the European level, we encourage the Commission to focus on the consistent and effective implementation of adopted regulations rather than on the creation of new ones. We fully support simplification initiatives. However, we believe that the creation of the AI Act help desk is not enough to facilitate the implementation of the AI Act. We believe it is important to review AI Act and simplify some of its processes. The focus should be on removing steps that do not bring real value or could be done in a more efficient way. For example, testing and conformity checks could be done at the same time within the AI sandbox if the AI Act allows it. Many more good ideas can be developed if we keep an ambitious mindset. So my message for today, be bold and don't be afraid to think differently. Good morning for everyone and welcome to this great event. It is a pleasure and honor for me to say a few opening remarks.
That was autoplay, I guess. Wise word from the Minister of Lithuania. We as a Poland in 1569, we had this Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth. And what I really like at Lithuania is they are one of the best in terms of creating sandboxes. So I don't know if you are familiar with, but Lithuania is one of the key country in Europe, within the European Union, to host, for example, many fintech companies, because the national authority, the supervising authority for the finance, they were very good, creating very positive business environment. And Linas is here. We were in Vilnius half a year ago, because that was the 10th edition of Forum, and we met with the Lithuanian agency to talk about the sandboxes. So, I talk with startups, and many of them are saying we want to be in the sandbox, but the only idea to be in the sandbox, we need to get certification at the end of, exiting the sandbox, that we are, compliant with AI Act. If there is no conformity test or any document that we are compliant with the AI Act, I'm pretty sure the sandboxes will be a failure. Like we had this failure also in Poland in terms of fintech regulation. So I fully, I would underline, support the Lithuanian approach, and I'm really glad and hope that we together as Poland build this Commonwealth again, at least in terms of AI Act regulation. Now let's move on to the second opening remark. That's Jan Kawalirek, Government Envoy for AI and Deputy Minister for AI from Ministry of Industry and Trade, Czechia. Please do.
Hello everyone, and it's an honor to greet you on behalf of the Czech Republic at this year's European AI Forum in Gdansk. Your platform plays a crucial role in shaping Europe's AI future, connecting AI experts, innovators and businesses across the continent. And therefore, I would like to congratulate you for your work and for your achievements. And I would also like to say that I'm happy that Czechia is also actively involved in your organization through the Czech AI Association. Also, earlier this year, I was in Berlin and I had a chance to personally meet and speak to the President, Daniel Abu. Hi, Daniel. with my Czech delegation, and it was a very constructive meeting, and I believe that we share the same vision for the European artificial intelligence and for how we want to support and leverage AI in the European Union. So let me also use this opportunity to highlight 2 key points that I presented on behalf of the Czech Republic at the latest Telecommunication EU Council. The first one was to include the AI into the digital omnibus package, which is preparing to simplify and streamline the AI regulation. And the second one is to postpone not yet effect parts of the AI Act by 2 years. And why? The answer is pretty simple, because we cannot risk stalling innovation in the European Union due to legal uncertainty. And the AI ecosystem is giving us a clear feedback that there is not enough time to prepare for such a complex and high demands and requirements which AI Act imposes on them. And also we are also missing the key elements like standards, implementing rules, and notified bodies. I have to say that I'm very glad to see that a lot of member states are starting to share this view together with us, and I'm looking forward to continue in this discussion. So in conclusion, let me also say that I will also be in Gdansk on the evening of 17th and 18th. So I'm looking forward to meet you if there will be a chance to meet in person. And for the conclusion, I would like to emphasize that the only way how we can leverage artificial intelligence in the European Union is if we work together. Therefore, I'm really looking forward to our collaboration with all of you, and please feel free to reach out to me anytime if I can be of any assistance to you via email, phone, or via LinkedIn. So once again, thank you very much for having me here. Greetings to Gdansk, and I'm looking forward to our collaboration. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Minister. Now it's going to be the last pre-recorded message from the Alexandro Blank, the head of policy from German AI Association, and it will be the recording about our position paper of gigafactories. I will also thank the minister from Czechia because they are in touch with Czechia AI Association, and they together co-create the policy. So we also say hi to Lucas. So now let's please start the Alessandro Blank message about the gigafactories.
Dear guests of the European AI Forum, first of all, I want to thank all organizers for the opportunity to speak today and apologize for not being able to make it in person. My name is Alessandro Blank, and I'm the head of public affairs at the German AI Association. Over the past few months, a bold and long overdue idea has gained momentum in Europe: the creation of AI gigafactories, large-scale, sovereign compute infrastructure that would finally provide Europe with the digital horsepower it needs to compete at the highest level of AI. This is the right step towards digital sovereignty and an opportunity to break free from our dependencies on non-European AI infrastructure, and a real chance to lay the foundation for AI made in Europe. We strongly support this plan. As the German AI Association and the European AI Forum, we consider gigafactories to be crucial infrastructure with a clear purpose: to enable European startups and companies, as well as researchers, to train and deploy cutting-edge AI models on European soil, using European infrastructure. While the vision is sound, we believe that the current funding model is not. The construction of a single AI gigafactory is expected to cost between 3 and 5 billion euros. Under the proposed model, only approximately a third of the capital expenditure is covered, with private partners covering the rest. Furthermore, operators are expected to cover all operational costs, including the substantial electricity bills, for example, even for computing power reserved for the public use. Instead, we recommend the adoption of a different model, a model that has proven to work. The United States, for example, used a different approach. Rather than providing partial subsidies, they act as a paying anchor customer. This creates a predictable revenue stream that makes private investment viable. This is demand-side economics in action, with risks shared between the public and the private sectors, while also ensuring a mutual commitment. However, this brings us to 3 critical risks that we face if we proceed with the current proposed model. First, we risk creating what economists call white elephant infrastructure that sits underused because the business model did not work. Secondly, there is a real risk that non-European entities could benefit from EU funding by disguising themselves as local partners, which would then only completely undermine the sovereignty goals, what we are currently trying to achieve. And third, and perhaps most importantly, we risk a retreat from the private sector. If the incentives aren't sufficient, we simply won't get the private participation we need for the end. The initiative will stall, despite strong political support across member states and EU institutions. So what is our proposed solution? We have developed key recommendations that could transform this initiative into a strategic success. First and foremost, we must establish European governments as an anchor customer. EU institutions and member states could commit to purchasing computing capacity at market rates and thereby provide guaranteed revenue streams for the operators of the AI gigafactories. Secondly, introduce flexible funding ratios in order to enable member states to adapt to their unique economic structures, as well as to allow for support for operational expenditures, particularly, for example, for energy costs. Moreover, meaningful tax incentives should be created, including accelerated deductions and energy tax exemptions. Third, we urge that non-European entities should be excluded through strict beneficial ownership rules, with sales to non-European owners being restricted for at least 5 years. If not, we further risk creating dependencies on non-European providers, and by that weaken our digital sovereignty. Fourth, access to the AI gigafactories must be easy and unbureaucratic, particularly for AI startups and SMEs. Therefore, we suggest an establishment of a one-stop shop for AI startups, providing them with training and transparent access to compute resources. Lastly, we would advocate for a private sector leadership through proper private partnership models. The good news is that the European industry is ready to get involved. Initiatives emerging from Germany, for example, demonstrate significant progress. Our national AI associations across Europe are aligned and very supportive of the plan. We have the technical expertise and have identified private partners, as well as having confirmed political support. The only missing piece is an effective financing model. However, let's be very clear about what is at stake here. While we are debating financing models, the US is building anchor customer models, and China is proceeding with massive state-directed investments into AI infrastructure. Therefore, the global AI race is happening now, not in 5 years' time, once we have perfected our funding mechanism. Therefore, the question for today's panel discussion isn't whether Europe needs AI gigafactories. It absolutely does. Let me be very clear about our position here. The question is whether we will structure them for success or allow this historic opportunity to stay a strategy paper. We must explore how to align public goals with private incentives, the role of governments as anchor customers, how to ensure European ownership and benefit. Taken together, these changes would make AI gigafactories not only visionary, but viable. They would provide investors with a clearer path to ROI, offer startups and research institutions real access, and most importantly, anchor critical compute capacity within Europe. In short, we're not calling for less ambition. We're advocating for a funding model that is as strategic as the infrastructure itself. Let's get this right, because what we're building is not just data centers. We're building the foundation of European AI capability, and with that, the foundation of European competitiveness in this century. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today, present our recommendations, and I wish you all a very engaging panel discussion and a successful conference. Thank you.
So that was the policy speech from the Alessandro, head of policy in the German AI Association. We as a European AI Forum published our position paper, what need to be done in order to scale the gigafactories, not only in Poland, but also within the European Union. And as Alessandro mentioned, some of the topic include bringing the private capital, because as you know, probably 65% of this gigafactory need to be financed by the private capital. So public sector could be the first major buyer, like an anchor buyer. We need to streamline the procedures of bringing the energy to build such gigafactories. But also we need to streamline the process, because as you know, in the past, many HPCs, were created and are run by scientific institutions, and they were offering HPC power to the scientists. And now, as you know, AI factories is a concept where startups are starting to use these AI factories, so the scientific processing, right, HPCs. And the problem is, first of all, there are many HPCs architectures, so we need trainings, the startups need training, because sometimes it's NVIDIA, sometimes it's the HPE, sometimes it's somebody else. So we need, the trainings for AI startups, but we need also transparency, how to access those gigafactories and AI factories in general. What is the result of this processing power? But also, I think I really like and we fully support as a European AI Forum this commitment, because this is our paper, that the gigafactories should be bought and run by the European truly operators and funds, which means out of the European Union institutions, organization should be excluded from the project. Of course, I'm not saying about the GPUs, servers, no, you are all welcome here, but we are talking about the hyperscalers, just to be, truly understand what I'm saying. So we're talking about the hyperscalers and the largest funds, which could, based on our money, the taxpayer money from our pockets, will try to catch those funds and build the factories for the other countries outside of the European Union. So that's long story short. Now let's move on with the first panel discussion. Let me introduce to the stage Kinga Piecuch, the HPE CEO of HPE in Poland. Kinga, please do. Marek Magryś, the acting director of Cyfronet HPC, one of the upcoming AI factory in Poland. And in the meantime, one word about Cyfronet. They are the one who helped to train the Polish large language model called Bilik. So congrats again. Let me welcome on the stage Jacek Kawalec, a VP of Voice Lab. That's also a legend in Poland, at least, because he is one of the co-founder of the largest media portal, now the group, Wirtualna Polska, and he is leading NLP AI company, I would say. And he was talking about HPC for ages, that we need HPC power in Poland. And last but not least let me invite to the stage Rafał Duczmar, Chair of Governing Board, Euro HPC Joint Undertaking. So that will be a real live panel. We didn't have time and resources to send any questions in advance.
Myślałam, że ucieknę od ciebie, a tutaj tak.
Everyone has a mic? Yeah. Can we have any water, please, if it's possible? If it's not, then it's 30 minutes, so maybe we can manage to do it. So maybe let's start, Marek, with you. I mean, you help a lot the Polish community by giving the processing power, working very actively in agile method. I work for the administration, so I admire your work, that even though there are some procedures, you manage to succeed, and you work with the Bilik team, the Spichlerz team. So congrats again. I know that there's a AI factory probably also upcoming, but could you say what are your remarks, when we say about the gigafactories, but also building AI factories? So what are your remarks when we talk about the policy recommendation on what need to be changed, maybe even within the countries, like financing model, maybe resources, maybe priorities, whatever is on your agenda, we are listening.
Mm-hmm. So I think that what we need to actually look at, and this was mentioned during the talk, by the previous speaker is that we need to really create the market for the gigafactories, right? So I think that identifying the success as bringing a certain amount of GPUs to Europe is just not sufficient, because this is not really a sustainable model of investment. You want to put billions of euros on top of that, and we need to make sure that there is a market for those services which we are going to create. And to create those services, we need the public sector to be more active, definitely. So we need regulations which would state which kind of data can be processed at which kind of infrastructures. So hyperscalers are, of course, a big part of that, but they cannot be the only part of that, right? And we need to have something which is building the balance between the hyperscalers and the on-prem infrastructure. We cannot have everything on-prem because this is also limited, right? The efficiency of such infrastructure, especially for AI, especially for training models. You don't really need to own your own supercomputer to conduct research, yet maybe you don't want to send the data somewhere where you don't have any control on top of the data. So I think that this is something which needs to be solved by the government. And we had this discussion some time ago, 1 week ago in London, right? And
on London Tech Week.
The triangle of cooperation between the government, the academia, and business needs to be strengthened. We need to all make sure that we are having the same goals and we are going that we are going in the same path. And to do that, we need discussion. So, like forum like this is very interesting, and we need to identify the goal, in my opinion, as the sovereignty of our infrastructure and of our own solutions. And Bilik is an example of that, right? So this is an effort jointly done by hundreds of passionate IT specialists and experts.
Can we have applause for them, for 500, maybe even 1,000 people, right?
But to be fair, Bilik is a great product, and Bilik in terms of a business model works great, and we are proud to support it. And I mean, we actually started supporting Bilik because we needed an LLM model for our own use. But what the Ministry of Digital Affairs is doing with Plum, I think that this is also something which is very interesting, because we are funding a development of a very interesting solution, with having in our minds that we will need something which we have a total control over. And I think that the government funding makes sure that there is no bias other than the bias we want the model to have, if we want any. So we control the model, we control where we use it, and we control which solutions are applied into which applications. So I think we need both, and this is a great collaboration. I think that having a competition between the two models also works great for both teams.
Yeah.
We are proud to support both of them. So like we are also trying to join the efforts.
We are saying about the plan, the Polish large language models.
Yeah.
Congrats to them also.
But going back to my first statement, so we need to create the market, and we need to make sure that the amount of GPUs we buy is proportional to the amount of data we have to train the models, and is proportional to the skills we have to actually use those GPUs. Because if we buy 100,000 GPUs and put them in Poland today, they are not going to be used efficiently. And it's €1 billion cost. So, and this is a technology which devaluates instantaneously, right? The lifetime of a GPU cluster is 2 to 3 years. So we need to make sure that once the investment is there, we are ready to utilize it, and that we have a longer roadmap than just one shot of a gigafactory. This should be at least a 10-year plan.
Kinga, I mean, HP is one of the most active players in building top 500 HPCs in Europe, but also I think all around the world. What are your key insights, recommendation for building the gigafactories in Europe, but also maybe building the AI factory in Poland, but also in other countries?
So first of all, thank you very much for invitation, and congrats, because the fact that you create this AI forum, but also Polish AI association is really key for us to have a place for a common discussion with everybody. The second aspect is what I just heard, and from you, but also from the ministers before, but also from you, Marek, is technology sovereignty and data sovereignty. I think that we stopped to talk about this some years ago when hyperscalers started to invest heavily in Poland, and I'm very happy because of that. I worked for them as well, and I know how powerful they are, and we have a lot of benefits because of that. But we need to balance this discussion. As Marek, you said, I think that the world today belongs to the hybrid architecture. So I'm very happy that you said about this, and I can hear this more and more often in Poland, and I really believe that the word we should have in our hearts, in our brain, is a hybrid solution. Hybrid solution combines both technologies, cloud and, of course, on-prem, and we cannot forget about that. The second aspect is, what I would love to say is that from my personal perspective, not only HPE perspective, is that when we talk about gigafactories, AI factories, we have to remember that it's not only technology, it's not only HPC. We are talking about AI separately. We are talking about very complex environment. We are talking about sustainability, for example, which is a key. Access to the power, which is also a key in our country. And we are talking, of course, about people. So the whole ecosystem is really big. We cannot forget about, I'm always repeating, Europe needs to build a full stack. Full stack for me is not only hardware, full stack is also software. So we should emerge the initiatives we just mentioning, yes, like Bilik, like Plum, like Mistral, like for example in Germany, yes, we had a guest from Germany, Aleph Alpha, that we invested as HPE as well. It's a key for us. The other aspect I want to put your attention is to keep people. What do we do with these AI factories if we do not keep talents in Europe? We can observe during the last 5 years before COVID, but especially after COVID, a big buses coming to the great startups, and they are just recruiting people, not only for a lot of money, but also offering them an amazing development path, career path. What are we doing to keep them? How do they invest? What kind of money do they have? What kind of fundings do they have? How do we accelerate their knowledge and the experience? And I think that this is a key. This is also very much connected with a startup. I want to develop later on, but I want to give a chance everybody to speak. So these are only some points that I wanted to share with you to start the discussion as well about this.
Yeah, so we have two more gentlemen. I mean, we have Jacek on board. I mean, you co-created one of the most successful AI startup. Now I think it's not even startup, scale-up called Voice Lab. So you were processing, and you're probably still processing, a lot of voice data. What are your insight and what we can do together to build in Poland, but also in Europe, the AI and gigafactories? What's your view on that?
The point that was just made about the hybrid is very important because, as I talk about the subject, we need free data for AI. I mean, however we understand AI, or just machine learning, whatever we mean by that, we need skilled people, which I think we have. I mean, we do have good talent in Poland. It is being bought out by foreign companies because you can now work online for whoever in the world for much higher pay than we can get in Poland. So it's a risk, but there's a lot of talented young people that still can have energy and we can inspire them to work on some great stuff. You need data, and I think that there's a big misunderstanding about what actually data means for AI. It's not annotated data, it's almost unusable for AI. So you need data which is actually processed mostly by people, and that's very distinguished from any raw data that you can have. Raw data is great, but if it's not annotated or transcribed or anyway manipulated to be ready for the training on machine, it's not useful. And the third thing, which is kind of obvious, and I think we should, it's hardware. So we need data, people, and hardware. And we're talking about hardware. Aside from the big centers of computing, which mostly are based on university, and I think here is great, that's a great example of it, and it's great because for some big models, you need a lot of computing power. Now the thing is, not everybody needs that much computing power, because let's not forget that most of the foundational models, which are used in Bilik or Plum, are not created in Europe. They're created elsewhere, and thanks to the let's say, short US corporation. They've been made public in open source, and that's great. But as we talk about sovereignty, it would mean that we also in Europe are capable of making such models. What the future of models, whether it will be only LLMs or other types of this architecture models, it's still open. I think I remember 20 years ago, in 2000, there was a lot of computing, data centers being built around Poland, ready for internet now. And of course, internet kind of bubble collapsed. Most of them went bankrupt. Eventually, many years later, they came into being used, and now being used even more so. Let's say in 2010, 12, where the e-commerce came up. It's the same here. I think we don't know what the timing is exactly. How much should we invest today? Because it's pointed really well. We use GPU technology from 2009. I can tell you, you have to keep rebuying hardware every 3 years because it's basically you have 10 times faster cards. You cannot use them with the slower cards because it makes no sense. So you can use them as a separate instance, but if you want to work on something new, you have to buy new ones. But aside from these big data centers, most of the companies in Poland, especially government companies, if I talk to them and want to sell them some technology, they don't have GPUs. And they're completely not ready for it. We're not thinking about it. So, okay, we can sell you a great solution for your problem, but it requires you to have GPU cards. Well, we don't have it. Our IT department is not really ready for it. Can we do it without it? Well, yes, technically you can, but we're going backwards. So the awareness that a lot of infrastructure in Poland, aside from like what was just mentioned, hybrid, a lot of people, they learned to use, multi-server combinations, big computing powers that they have. Everybody's now used to CPUs. You have, 120 servers, and you know how to manage them, you know how to use them. The same will have to come to GPU cards or whatever technology, accelerated technology will be used. I mean, it would be nice to have such a, because if you're talking about sovereignty, who do we buying GPU cards from, So let's not forget that. Of course, it's what it is. But I think in Europe also should have, attempt to develop hardware, which would be, or parts of hardware, or part of the technology that would be fueling the future development of AI. So my point would be, not to make it too long, that everybody needs to have some kind of accelerated. I mean, to make it short, GPU for now, okay? Every company should be aware of it. Every company should have it. Company should have an understanding that just having data, not annotated data, is not really that useful. I mean, I have a lot of data. It's all unstructured. I have recordings, but they're not transcribed. I have pictures, but they are not described. So this is not really, so that to understanding education in the management of a lot of Polish companies, especially large companies, have a lot of capital. They actually have a lot of need for solutions that AI provides, whether it will be speech recognition, whether it will be picture recognition, understanding. They don't have infrastructure for it. So so great, we have here buying a gigafactory with AGH, okay? And maybe we have great scientists to be able to use it. But in order to come to market, in order for any company in Poland, let's talk about state companies, government companies, if they are not ready with GPU infrastructure, they don't have it, they're not going to deploy anything. And they cannot deploy often solutions in the cloud because they will have to have, for data security issues. I mean, as long as you send your data somewhere, agreements are not sufficient. If physically my data is not in my possession, not in my control, if I would be a bank, I would hesitate. If I would be police, such an entity, they need to have an infrastructure. So it means that they also need to have skills, people that are educated from, of course, not only from AI scientists, but also technicians, administrators, now there's no just software. Now software moves with data, which creates a much, much larger problem. How do you version a software which runs on the data sets?
I think we need to put the...
Sure. So my point is hybrid is very important. People need to know about GPUs. People need to buy GPUs. People need to be educated about that. And people will be educated about what means to have good quality data.
Yeah. I just flew from Paris at Friday, and I was at the Vivatech. There was a GTC by NVIDIA, and of course there was a CEO of NVIDIA. And there were many booths, underlining the sovereignty and digital sovereignty. Even there were startups, not even startups, scale-ups, who were promoting the digital Europe in the cloud, which means there's a HPU, but this processing power is scaled from Norway to Munich. That's what I remember, one of the startups. And they were actually advising that you need to have those GPUs in Europe. But many people on the Vivatech, Vivatech, was attended also by the ministers, etc. I was taking part in some discussion, and one of the very important discussion was about chips. You mentioned that already, Jacek, that currently most of the chips come from the leading company, NVIDIA, for example, but of course there are a couple others. And they were underlining, because that's already in the press, that even though the new administration stopped the implementation of the Biden Act, which was about classifying countries to three, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 countries, there is ongoing within the Trump administration that they want to have new legislation, and they will give HPUs only to the American data centers, or which will be owned by the American funds. So,
There goes sovereignty.
Yeah, I mean, some people are clapping, because they, let's say, killed, or, like the Trump killed the past idea of classifying countries to tiers, and let me underline that half of the Europe was classified as tier 3, including Poland. But now the current US administration is working on that. And let me go to Rafał, because that's also important, because I think your HQ is in Luxembourg, and Luxembourg was not classified as tier 1. If I remember, if I remember the map correctly. So my question is, first of all, maybe very shortly, because we are running out of time, sorry for that, but first, what are your ideas how to scale and build gigafactories, and maybe some quick remarks, short remarks about building the digital sovereignty within the gigafactories? Do you have any remarks, like maybe the grants, the JVs should be offered only to European companies? Yeah, so please do.
Okay, that's a lot of
things
to comment in a brief sentence. First, thank you for your interventions. I think you mentioned really key points that are also in the agenda of the EU, like education, people. Like, we really need to keep that in mind, and remember that it's not like you have anything take for granted. That the fact that we now have people and they are here, it doesn't mean it will work forever. We need to invest in that all the time. And do we have ideas for the digital sovereignty? I would say there is a lot of ideas for many years, but we lack the coherence in implementing those. So Union is still 27 countries, and even though we really struggle to work together and to design specific goals that we could all align to, it's still a huge amount of work to do it in practice. And what I personally find optimistic is that we managed to do something like the Euro HPC joint undertaking that I have the privilege to work with, because 10 years ago it was just impossible that what we will be buying together infrastructure, like countries investing in supercomputers, standing on the other side of Europe, being operated by other nationalities. It was already hard to imagine to do something like that. Now it's obvious for us. So when we will be building these gigafactories, probably our JU will be the vehicle, the legal vehicle to implement those. Again, we already doing some tracks are already laid, but I heard some comments about, I heard them all the time, about Europe being different from the United States, and that they innovate, we regulate, and things like that. Okay, there are a lot of arguments to support that view, but in this case, look what we are doing with the gigafactories. We opened the call for expression of interest this spring, because we see that it's needed to do that. There is no legal basis at this point to do that. it's being drafted right now in the Commission, and the proposal should be soon open for negotiation. And there will be this legal procedure of countries adopting this new European regulation that is needed for us to have the legal basis to act. But we are already discussing how it will operate. We are already discussing who will be the customers, how we should align business models. We are collecting all the knowledge that is needed to operate this infrastructure.
And especially, sorry for interruption, one-stop shop for startups.
Yeah.
I mean, how to access it, right?
Yeah, we didn't even, our AI factories just started. We did not install any new machine. We just repurposing the machines we owned in JU to serve better the private community, the startups and SMEs. So we are repurposing what we have now with new, more flexible rules for them to access our machines. And we are already talking about the next project that will be scaling everything up significantly. So we can do things faster and more flexible than many people would assume that we can. And this is the real point I would like to make for the future, is that we should not underestimate the power of a good story. And right now, the story is that USA, they innovate and we regulate. And we do not even ourselves, we in Europe, when we discuss with our colleagues, like we make a lot of laugh of our own union here. And even though, as I said, there's many arguments to support that, but we need to start making our own good story, that we can do it. And even if we have to paraphrase Barack Obama with his "yes, we can," I don't care. He wants to ask for the copyright, but we need to start believing ourselves and try to make that all people in the union to believe that we actually can do it. Because if we don't believe in that, then why to bother to try? Yeah. We need to believe in that.
I really like that. I think I have to stop here. Maybe just to support your point of view, but please correct me, you're the guru here, not me, in terms of top 500 index, as far as I remember, like 2 weeks ago, I think out of 10 or top 20, most of them are actually established or running in Europe. Maybe Marek, you could.
Yeah. So this is the first list ever, the first top 500 list. So the list of 500 fastest supercomputers in the world. Were actually out of top 10, so the largest systems, 5 is coming from Europe, and it's more than the US. So it's already good, but still we need to remember that those large hyperscaler data centers are not on the list, right? So
sure.
If you would account Meta, XAI, and all the hyperscalers, yeah, they would dominate the list, right? But I think what you mentioned before about the technology sovereignty, this is something which needs to be very clear here. If there is a US ban for GPU technology, all of our discussion stops immediately, right? Because we have no alternative.
There will be I'm pretty sure they will speed up the development of other alternatives and probably will discuss about
I mean, you can speed up different things, and there's a project funded by EuroHPCJU with like 200 million euro of budget for, more or less, for developing European CPUs and GPUs based on RISC-V, so open technology. Yeah. But this is something which will see the market maybe in 10 years from now. And if we accelerate, it's maybe 6 years, so but it's not tomorrow, right?
It depends what will be reaching the market.
Guys,
10 years, if you want to have something like you have now or 2 years back, then maybe.
Any usable alternative, right?
Guys, we have to do the same what China did. When there was a ban upcoming from US to ban the Huawei ZTE, whatever chips they were creating, actually buying, we need to make procurement way faster and buy more than we need. So we have this warehouse full of GPUs, maybe not used, but we have like for 5 years at least.
But there is one example, Lumi, which is a supercomputer, and there's a company in Finland called Silo AI, which actually made models based on AMD, so it's like concurrent to GPU.
I promise, Piotr, that I will be very short, but I have to say this. So Lumi is ours, so I'm very proud on that, but we are taking also a heating,
AMD
yes,
based.
so this is energy efficient, which is also important. But what I would love to comment, You know what? I'm a very simple woman. I'm from Silesian, so the Silesian ladies are very straightforward. So let me say, region in Poland, yes. Very stubborn, very straightforward. So my straightforward comment is the following. I love a lot of theoretical discussions, really. I love the discussion about GPUs and that we invest a lot in gigafactories. I'm very happy because of this, not only because you are my potential customers, but mainly because I'm Polish. But unfortunately, we will build this environment, these ecosystems, for nothing as long as we won't be pragmatic and as long as we do not build the systems, regulations, flexibility for our startups to be able to use and boost the innovation. And I think that this is our weakest point. We are here today, and today the Polish government should make changes in these regulations, and then we will be able to boost this, because otherwise, I am personally scaling the startups. As you know, what is the difference between us and US? The only one difference that they are dealing. We can hear this currently from the President of the United States. He's good in dealing. We are not good in dealing because we hate sales. We hate to commercialize the things. We love to buy for very cheap and very low price. And this is our problem. If we change this mindset and if we start to be able to scale and commercialize all these solutions, the products, will be much, much better. That's my only one comment.
Thank you so much for the discussion. Big applause. And now, thank you so much. Now we're gonna have a short presentation from Alek Tarkowski, who's supposed to be before the panel, but I look at the wrong row. So Alek Tarkowski, he's representing Open Future Foundation, and he's gonna have a presentation about the role of open source. So Alek, here is the clicker to change the slide. Here is the preview. I don't know if you want to in a hand or
too many. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Piotr, for the invitation. My name is Alek Tarkowski. I'm co-director at Open Future. We're a think tank for the digital commons based in Warsaw and Amsterdam. We're a policy think tank that often thinks from a non-business perspective. So I will talk about open source, talking about things like public interest and sovereignty, but I will also try to address as a non-businessman, so please come to me and tell me what I'm doing wrong afterwards. What are my thoughts on the relevance of open source development also for Europe's economic future? I was wondering when this panel was starting whether I'll be saying something very novel or not. Thankfully, basically, Mr. Jacek Kawalec earlier gave the gist of my talk. Open source is good, but we also need sovereign open source solutions. Because otherwise, I would say that we've been hearing a lot today about regulation. This is certainly a very important topic. I don't want to belittle that. And we've been talking about the gigafactories, which is sort of the building part. In general, at Open Future, we're very interested in a combination of policies that both regulates and builds. But I think when we talk just about computing power, we at some point stop seeing what is the goal of that, and I think the goal of that should be development of solutions that are based on open source principles and also sovereign. Green and red arrow, let's try the green one. Okay, I don't know whether in this room I heard there are fans of Bilik, which sounds good, but in general I know there's still a lot of distrust for open source. So just very quickly some figures and you can dig into that. Latest Stanford High report shows that there's a lot of growth in models that can be described as open source. These are these blue and purple models and maybe even a bit more. So you're starting to see that really in the number of notable AI models, that's the terminology used, there's a lot of movement in open source. I need to make here a very quick caveat. There's some terminology confusion in this space. I use the term open source because this is currently the policy term. Open source AI is mentioned in the AI Act. A lot of people like to talk about open weights. It's often more technically correct. It's these models that don't release or even don't keep transparent their data, and that's the most of the models we would describe as open source. But let's simplify things a bit. I'm calling it all today open source. Maybe more importantly, okay, you have a lot of models, but what are they good for? This is data from another report. This is the latest Mary Meeker's trend report. I think it's based on data from Epoch, and we're starting to see that, yes, there is a performance gap between so-called closed and open models. it is closing, but also speaking about sovereignty, that huge success there is all work of DeepSeek from China, and maybe also Qwen probably is scoring pretty well. So how can we describe the state of open source AI in 2025? So the release of Qwen and DeepSeek is the big news from the beginning of this year. These are the current state-of-the-art open models. There's a very big ecosystem built by Llama, which again, we can go into details. I don't think it's the best example when we want to talk about open source, but it is a very relevant player doing, let's call them open models. And similar ecosystems are built by other players. For instance, Mary Meeker's trend shows that Google is building also a big ecosystem around Gemini. Mistral is a European, one of the several relevant European models. Mistral 7B model is important because it's an architecture used by many other models to, many other labs to develop models. So this is an example of a company and a product around which an ecosystem is being built. Europe is establishing slowly an open source friendly regulation. I imagine we'll still continue talking about the AI Act and what's good, what's bad, what needs to be simplified. But the thing is, what's important, I think, that open source AI is placed there on the table, and there are some exceptions created for it. And similarly on copyright, it provides some frameworks for open source developers to develop models, although they are not ideal, they are not very easy to use, and there's still some risk of liability that should be solved. And the last part, Bilik, was mentioned today already. Plum was mentioned. Across Europe, when you look probably in every state you come from, there's someone who's either building what could be described as a small model or has already built one. We have by now a whole family of models, or you can call it an ecosystem. What we are lacking is largely deployment. I keep hearing stories about deployment, but if you want to find data on it, if you want to find a good trend report on deployment of open source AI, it's still not here. So what are advantages of open source AI? That's probably the next big question. Why would you want to use it? There's a new McKinsey open source AI survey that was recently conducted together with Mozilla, and I think it shows some interesting data. So it says that basically the big advantage of open source is lower cost of implementation and lower cost of associated software tools and lower cost of maintenance, but it's lacking on user adoption, user friendliness. And if you want to have a fast time to value ratio, you basically go for the closed models. And also this has been mentioned today as well, all these advantages of open source really play out if you have your own infrastructure and if you have your own talent or capacity or skills. That's when these advantages shine. Otherwise, admittedly, probably you should bet a lot more on the proprietary solutions. And this is part of the challenge. So there is potential, but the implementation is for many actors hard. And also, again, hard, I don't know whether you followed this debate. For a long time, open source was really discussed in AI safety conversations. That was the big question. A year ago, the big debate was basically whether you can build biotech weapons with open source. This conversation has died out. There have been some studies suggesting that these risks have been overblown. So this is again data from Accenture suggesting that slightly more people fully agree with the statement open source models are safer than with the statement closed source models are safer. But this is obviously not a solved issue, and this is a debate that will continue. But I think there are no reasons anymore to think that fundamentally open source is not safe. So my perspective, as I said, is not purely a business one, so I think there are many advantages that make open source interesting exactly because it has a good business proposition, but it also has a strong public interest proposition. When you work with open source, you can have greater transparency, you can have control over your data, you can have oversight of the system. And I imagine that sounds good to business actors, but also that sounds great for thinking about what we want as societies, which is what I often think about. Also, this has already been mentioned. I think we'll return to this today and during the two-day summit coming up. This is also a conversation about sovereignty and about dependency. So open source AI solutions basically allow you to deploy systems that have lower or no dependency on biggest AI labs. So in other words, this supports market competition AI. And I think this is the key reason why I hope these various associations, you all here meeting today, will speak up for policies that support open source solutions. And I think there's also, I hope, something that you care about, at least as citizens, if not as business people, but I think this is also a business issue. Simply today, the biggest solutions, still there is a gap between how well they fit for local cultures and languages. I talked recently for a person working at the National Library in Latvia, and they don't have a meaningful AI model for their small language, which is one of the 28 national languages in Europe. We need to solve that issue, and open source labs today aim to do that, I think, better than the big labs. Although, again, you can argue maybe this will change very quickly in just a few months. So how can we support open source across the AI stack? There are several things that can be done, and I think these are also issues for AI policy, and this connects with the conversations we've been having today with AI factories. So there's need for greater computing power, not just for model training, but also for inference. This will be a big issue. Once these solutions stop being just research artifacts on Hugging Face, they need to basically run somewhere. We need public, open, or shared data to address this local context that I mentioned and to create a level playing field. Good news coming last week from an initiative called the Luther. They released a dataset called CommonPile, and they proved with it that you can train a relatively robust model only with openly licensed public domain content. This is big news in terms of thinking how we can have sort of an open and clean and reliable data set. So the last thing that needs to happen, we need to move open source from research artifacts to something that are really open source based AI apps and solutions. There are interesting examples. For instance, in France, INRIA funded with 40 million development of key software components, Scikit. And this is a very nice example of how we can support an open source ecosystem. But we need to do more. We just released a report together with the Bertelsmann Foundation where we asked ourselves, what would a public interest AI policy initiative look like? And we realized at some point that really in the middle of it, there needs to be public provision of what we call a capstone open source model. So really a model that is state of the art, which means that this model is developed by labs, hopefully in cooperation between business and the public sector, that together are able to build something that's on par with the largest players. This is not an either or. This doesn't mean that small models don't make sense. They make a lot of sense. As I said, we're seeing across Europe development of these models, so I hope it can be a two-pronged strategy that on one hand aims to create something that can sustain an ecosystem, the way Mistral or Llama models do today, or Quen. But also on the other hand that there's experimentation because these small models can be more efficient. Maybe they can explore even new architectures. That would be amazing if Europe managed to do that. And there's also data union strategy. By the way, it's not discussed a lot. I wonder whether it'll show up later in the day. But we need to think about data, and that's the strategy that hopefully can release more data. And overall, I hope that we can build a strategy that complements regulation and thinking about compute. I think without models, we'll not really have digital sovereignty in the true sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alek. That was an inspiring talk from one of the, I think, most insightful person in Poland in terms of open policy, open source policy. So thank you for coming to Gdańsk, also from Brussels, where you are, where your HQ is. Now I think we're gonna move to the panel discussion, which will be about cloud computing and AI, how to strengthen the Europe digital future. It will be moderated by Robert Paszkiewicz, VP for the CE region of OVH Cloud. Robert, please come to the stage. And the panelists are as follows. Stanisław Krzyżanowski, Business Research and Innovation Director from Cloudfero, Polish leading cloud provider. Please do. Piotr Kowalski, Managing Director of Polish Data Center Association. Piotr, please do. Mateusz Tykierko, VP at Polish Cloud Union, but also Deputy Director at Wrocław Center for Networking and Supercomputing. Thank you for coming. And last but not least, Manuel Mateo Goyet, I hope I'm not misspelling, Acting Head of Unit DG CNET from European Commission. Thank you for coming to Gdańsk. And in the background, Yeah, you have a mic on the tables, and in the background, Matteo, in case you need it, there is your... In case you will need it, there's your couple of slides. So, Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good afternoon, everybody. It's my pleasure to be the moderator of this discussion today. And actually, lots of things has been said today already, so we will try to summarize some points. And we are, in a very dense situation currently in the Europe about the geopolitical situation, and lots of announcements are happening nowadays. So last week we heard from Polish government that they are willing to apply for the gigafactory of AI. That's statement number one. Also, it will be my end of the discussion, but we are finishing the Polish presidency, and Denmark will be the next one. And they announced that they are willing to go, for example, with the LibreOffice, so open source services. That's the statement. So the question is how it goes. We also understand that public procurement is very important to build the digital sovereignty. I don't know if you all are aware, it's about 2 billion euro that European Union member states are spending each year for the public procurement. And it's lots of money that can be used for the building the internal market, the European internal market. And why I'm talking about that? Because this panel is about the backbone of our life, backbone of our sovereignty, backbone of our innovation, because it's about cloud services, it's about data center. Every single time we pay by card, the data is coming through some data center or cloud service. Every single time you order your pizza or buy flowers for your loved ones, it's going through some data centers or cloud. Every time you are asking something to generate for Gen AI or any solution, it goes there. So this is the panel we are talking here about. And at the European level, there are many initiatives currently planning to be done. And also, on the other hand, there is a question how much about the regulation we will go through. So I'm talking about, for example, AI Act. There was lots of noise that it's too much of regulation. So my first question is to Matteo, if you can tell us a little bit more about the plans of the European Union, about the different acts and initiatives that you are planning. And is it really about the regulation or deregulation? How do you see that this should support the European economy?
Good morning. Thank you very much. Excellent question, straight to the point. Together with my team, I'm in charge of the Cloud and AI Development Act, which is you've been discussing the gigabit factories a moment ago. The gigabits are about public together with private investment into actual facilities. So the tool there is investment and public investment, but there's another way that the public sector can affect the growth of AI capacities and infrastructure, which is through regulation, through intervention. And this is what the Cloud and AI Development Act. So maybe directly to address the complicated question, it's not because there's regulation that things will get more complicated. To the contrary, here the idea is to make things easier for the private sector to be able to deploy capacity in Europe. And so what we are busy doing with my team now in between the winter and spring is for me to participate in many of these conversations, and we have an ongoing public consultation and call for evidence, gathering evidence of where the roadblocks are for private investors to go ahead in the absence of investment. And so far the issues that come over and over again are access to permits, access to connectivity, or rather to sites with good connectivity. And I'm not speaking just the one final fiber, I'm really speaking about the node for connectivity, lengthy permitting processes. It takes 5 years in many countries. Sometimes it's because of the site, sometimes it's because of environmental questions. I've heard in on one side about archaeological discoveries while digging the ground for the data center. And it's all those roadblocks that we're first trying to understand, because it's a complex landscape, and then to find an appropriate answer at European level, but obviously leaving the required details for more local, whether national, regional authorities to fine-tune within that common European framework.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question to Mateusz, because you're representing the Association for Cloud Providers. So you're actually executing, you know, the growth of the Polish economy, if I may say, by your members. So the question is about the Cloud and AI Development Act, because I do believe that you are, you know, will be the beneficient of this act, or maybe not. What are your, you know, points? What are your expectations that you would like to address, maybe to Manuel, to the European Commission? That.
Hello, thank you for having me. You know, I hope our members or every Polish cloud provider will be a beneficiary of the Cloud and AI Development Act. But it depends of its final wording. You know, I don't know what will be written in it. However, from our perspective, what is really important to be included is a way to leverage the playing area with the big players. So how to put a mandatory change in the law that the public procurements will somehow, or at least in some part, will be beneficial for local cloud providers. I know it's hard. I know there's some regulation that can be used in the public tenders. However, everyone wants to put a best or the lowest price strategy. And that is a tragedy in the sense of development of the cloud providers and, of course, the AI solution in Europe, especially in Poland. What can we do? We can put some mandatory assessments for the sovereignty, for the security, for data locality. So these things should be put in writing in order to, I shouldn't say it, but to force the public entities to put this into procurements. That is really important. I can talk about the interoperability to make an open European-wide standards, but the things about the procurement and the things about the certification. So we also should be able to, let's say, security standards, national security standards for the cloud services is a must in the real near future, based on the European standards. That gives a way to properly address the data locality problem, the security problem, and the sovereignty problem that we've already got. So that's the thing. Of course, we should treat also or put in this act that the LLMs are the, let's say, critical area and should be developed on the European ground. And all other things that is really important to this development, but I think my time is up.
Yes, thank you. So, Stanisław, you are also the member of the Polish Cloud Association, and you're representing, you know, one of the most important sovereign cloud providers across Europe, at least. So, do you share the view? I mean, I do believe that you are currently providing, you know, well-secured services. So the question is how we can use maybe your experience and also apply this to the Development Act.
Thank you, Robert. I could complain about things that are challenging for us. or I could follow up on what Mateusz has said about what is needed, but I would rather tell you a short story that I find relevant in the context of Cloud and AI Development Act. 10 years ago, a small company, handful of people, bid to the European Space Agency to build a cloud platform for satellite data storage. And surprisingly, the small company won the contract. The agency risked. Yeah, they put some risk into the company, believing that the potential upside is quite high. And this story has a happy ending so far. The risk paid off. And nowadays the company is 300 people. It has multiple public cloud regions. It's one of the major tech providers, tech service providers for the European space industry. And this company is Cloudflare. We experienced firsthand what an active role by sort of public body, public administration can do to benefit industry individually, yes, but a wider industry, general European industrial ecosystem. Now, for the Act, well, I suppose there aren't direct things that can be put in the Act to incentivize public administration to take that risk, to act as an anchor customer, but indirectly, this should be, in my opinion, focus of the European Commission and focus of your manual unit to find those incentives and to show that it really makes sense to go out. Currently, it's not even that much of a risk because in Europe there are cloud providers who can provide the vast majority of services required by public administration in Europe. You just have to go out beyond your first free picks that might come up in the web browser. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I remember the very early beginnings of Cloudflare because we've been working with Maciej Krzyżanowski, so the founder of the company, as a CEO at that time in Atman. So I remember exactly how it started, and I'm really impressed about how Cloudflare, grew to the current situation. And I think that it's also the good connection to switch from cloud to data center. As Atman, our long story is over there. I remember that it was not that easy to build data centers. Just to give you some overview, in European Union we've got like 1,200 data centers overall, while in United States it's around 5,000. Is the data from KPMG, right? So I think that there is lots to be done. And the question to you, Piotr, because you're representing the Polish Data Center Association, so a group of companies that are responsible for the creation of this backbone of this digital transformation, what we just said before. And I'm wondering, what are the biggest challenges that we are facing currently in the area of construction of data centers, what you would expect from the maybe legal side, maybe organization side, to make the life easier, because we need to build, and we need to connect them to the network in order to make sure that this digital transformation will really happen.
Yes, thank you for having me. It's great to meet you as well. Yes, I'm coming from the slightly different background. It was even interesting to see in the previous presentation that the AI stack starts off with compute. It actually starts with one layer below. It starts with a data center, because all that compute needs to go into a building, dedicated and specialized building that operates and allows, powers and cools that compute capacity. And I look at the Cloud and AI Development Act from a slightly different angle, probably, because I'm looking on how to enable that AI revolution. And as you said, it is actually not that simple, because we have a bold plan of tripling the data center capacity within 5 to 7 years. But as you just said, it takes a very, very long time just to obtain all the required permitting to be able to start the construction process. And you can only install the servers once you have the building ready and commissioned. So from that perspective, this is something that I'm trying to understand and hopefully ask for is how we can simplify those processes for these dedicated AI, either factories or gigafactories. I'm looking at what UK is doing in that field because they have boldly positioned themselves as attempting to be one of the top 3 countries in the world when it comes to AI and data center capacity. And they are already like really executing their strategy, creating dedicated AI zones that have simplified permitting processes, still in line with the sustainability commitments, but allowing public and private cooperation to construct data centers more quicker. So that's one of the angles I'm looking at this act, on how we can actually streamline the construction process or the permitting process to build all the data center infrastructure that we need to allow for AI revolution. The second hope that I have reading that document is actually to meet that promise of actually distributing the AI capacity more equally across Europe. So far, data center capacity, the 1,500 data centers, 1,200 data centers that you've mentioned, they are mostly positioned in a handful of countries. It's so-called FLAP-D region, so Frankfurt, London, Amsterdam, Paris, and Dublin. From Polish perspective, if I look at it, there's only 3% of European computing capacity located in Poland. So that's something that I would hope to change as well. We've mentioned one of the big costs of running AI is actually operational costs. Operational costs, electricity, access to electricity is one thing, but then once you've built that data center, it actually costs as much as constructing the data center, it costs as much to operate it. Poland in that regard, for example, is a great location to build data centers. It has the lowest ambient temperature outside of the Nordics. The private AI factories nowadays, they gravitate towards the Scandinavian markets because of the lowest ambient temperature in Europe, but also the lowest electricity prices. Poland is second best on that field. So we could significantly reduce the operating cost of gigafactory should that be located in Poland. So these are the few angles I'm looking at it.
So I think that there is a potential to growth, right? As you said, just 3%, it's quite small, but there are some announcements coming, you know, on Polish soil about the growth of the square meters, and not only because we are not anymore counting the data centers by the square meters, because it's just about the energy and power, not about the space. So I think that if we go to the power, it's about gigafactories. So Mateusz, there is a point to you because you're representing the Polish Cloud Association, and I'm curious if really this AI gigafactories is something that is, you know, seen by the members of the Cloud Association as something positive. You see that there is a space. I know that we discussed about it, so I know that you will have, you know, very interesting point to share, but if you could focus, if you would have a possibility to say, okay, if this would work that way, that would be beneficial for everybody, how it should be done?
It's a very tough question, but thank you.
Always welcome.
You know, we are talking about 10,000 or 20,000 cars in the gigafactory, at least. We've got the problem with infrastructure. We've got the, let's say, the price of the Polish energy is the highest in Europe, or the second highest. So that's the second thing. But the gigafactory should be considered in Poland, that's for sure. What should be the business model, or who should put the money in it? It's an open question, for sure. But what I wanted to say that what is important, and it's not very clear or very hearable in the open discussion, that it's not the matter of the hardware. It's a matter of the ecosystem, that's sure. But we also should focus on the one very important thing, utilization of the hardware. Because currently the utilization of the, let's say, normal training that is conducted in my data center, or maybe in every data center, it's 50% of the hardware capacity. So let's look at the DeepSeek. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not, but from the available information, they can squeeze a lot from the available hardware. So let's not talk about the hardware and building infrastructure only, but let's talk in the sense of gigafactory, AI factory, of optimizing the tools and producing the open source European tools that can use the hardware that's here. Not only shipping the money from European Union to the US for the new chips. Thank you.
So when we had the public consultations in the Ministry of Digital Affairs, one of the main subjects raised was actually about the business model. So we were having exactly the same conclusions, and energy was also there. However, the ministry said that there are some discussions with PGE about the possibility to guarantee the energy for the project. So I hope it will be positively executed. And very interesting point about the future business model. So do you believe that then the cloud providers will be able to focus on interference and make sure that the services will be used based on what will be trained on the AI gigafactories?
It depends how the gigafactories will operate, because we're still talking about the training. We are not talking about the inference. And from my point of view, the inference is the money, or is the key, because you conduct the training once or twice, and then you can do the fine-tuning, let's say locally. But if you want to scale and you want to make a product from your model, you need a good and decent inferencing solution. We also should think about the data availability, the all regulation that we've got in Europe to be, let's say, more unified in that sense, but also the data lineage, because we are not talking about the management of the data, or we are talking about the management data on that level that cannot be implemented in the current solution. So the business model, I think the inferencing is very important, and to provide decent services for inferencing. Because, if at the end you will get a great infrastructure with the number of GPUs and you cannot use it in less than an hour, I don't think it will succeed.
Okay, so I think that we need to address this to you, Manuel, right now, because we've been talking a lot about AI Continent Action Plan, and there is also another project. So this is the IPCEI on AI, right? So there is a question to you, if you could tell us a little bit more about this project, actually concept, and maybe there is a space also for this, not just training, but also interference part, because it looks like that the execution, usage, and what's next will be the most important subject.
I'll come back. I'll shelve the question for a second, because in my opening remarks, I talked about the data center angle of the Cloud and AI Development Act, which is one of the two. But as my three co-panelists pointed out, it's very clear that there's at least two angles to the story. One is the one of the data centers, but one is the one of the cloud industry, which are one after another in the supply chain. And I think what we want to make sure with the Cloud and AI Development Act is that we tackle both levels of the supply chain, and that we offer to public procurers, public authorities, the tools to make the example that Stan mentioned about Cloudflare commonplace. And not only to bring a startup to a mainstream company, but to take a mainstream company to become a world-class leader. And so it is indeed, so I've heard before that public authorities always go for the cheap option. I'm not sure I would completely agree with that. There's a legal obligation to look at the best quality-money ratio. So, of course, money is important, and it's normal, right? It's our taxpayers' money. But there has to be another there is another part, which is the quality. And I think as well, public authorities can typically, not always, but can very often afford to be more patient than private actors when they procure. And so we want to give the full set of tools for the public authorities to indeed be able, and we've identified in the AI Continent Action Plan the idea of highly critical use cases. So ESA is a bit different because it's a extra supra-governmental authority, but every member state, and Poland certainly not the least, has got those highly critical use cases where patients can be there, but where it is the quality is so important that a little bit of extra price can be accepted and tolerated. And so we really want to use the Act to allow for those two aspects. Now, on the IPSE, this is another, a third way of supporting the industry. I mentioned the gigafactories. This is public investment. I mentioned the Cloud and AI Development Act. This is legislation to make private investment more fluid. The IPSE, which stands for Important Project of Common European Interest. I did not invent the acronym, it's in the European treaties, so you speak to those who wrote it. Is a mechanism of state aid, so it's not an initiative, it's not a European initiative in the sense that it doesn't come from the European institutions, it comes from member states. And the role of the institutions, in this case the European Commission, is to agree to that state aid. So you know that by default state aid is prohibited under normal circumstances, but in particular situations, in the case of market failure and I mean, here we get into state aid lawyers and I'm not one, the member states can give such support. So it's about giving public grants at a national level approved by the European level to particular industries. And member states are currently working since the beginning of the year on two important projects of common European interest in this area. One is, the acronym is ECI, it's about infrastructure, so it's about funding infrastructures, so it's not funding, it's about giving grants to the private sector to develop computing infrastructure at state-of-the-art level. And member states there are currently thinking whether it's more about smaller facilities, larger facilities, how those should be networked, what is it, which level of the supply chain needs to be looked at, if it's only data center or cloud providers or both of them, and what those conditions under which state aid can be granted apply to those respective situations. I can develop, it's a bit technical, but I can develop if needed. And in parallel to that, there's a second IPSE, a second important project of common European interest about AI itself. And this is about research, development, and innovation, so going beyond state-of-the-art on a number of more AI, because the conversations are happening together, people speak about software versus hardware. It's a bit complicated, it's a bit simplistic, but this is about improving what we've been discussing and I've heard in the previous sessions is about the gentleman earlier scheme with compute, algorithms, data, is the same conversations that member states are having, is about identifying those areas where public funding would be helpful along the way. So this is as much as I can say. The member states are making progress. They're stabilizing documents so that they have a common vision about that, and will be working on a political commitment over the coming month.
Thank you very much. So we have with us one of the, let's say, participants of this project, because you, Stanisław, represent the company that is right now in IPSAE working. So what are your thoughts on this project? How do you see it, and what could be, from your perspective, the suggestion for the AI part, as it's still, you know, under development? So let's do this as best as possible.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it has to be said that the fact that the IPSAE cloud infrastructure services exists is an enormous success that needs to be attributed equally to the industry that participated, to European Commission's DigiConnect, and to responsible member states. It was not an easy process. It was not, originally, I believe the mechanism was not really suited for projects focused on services, not on development of physical infrastructure, such as production plants or stuff like that. So it was and is a great success, that the fact that it exists, the fact that multiple technologies are being developed within its scope. And it was not clear for a long time, long months, that it will come to a fruition. So that's the first thing. That being said, I spent 3 years of my life working on, from the side of industry, on this APCI. I do not have another 3 years, but more importantly, European industry and Europe as a whole doesn't have another 3 years. So the biggest requirement is we need to be faster than we have been before, on every level, at every step, from political commitment to companies' participation. Because why I would like to say that, well, it was up to European Commission being slow. Yes, partially, but the industry was also learning the process. So we need to be faster. The European Commission needs to be faster and more agile, because unless we do it, the value of IPCI will deteriorate very, very quickly.
So doing this faster means also space for mistakes, right? Because we will spend maybe more money. Maybe we will unfortunately burn some money, don't you think?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's IPCI is an R&D project which bears some risk. So yeah, obviously, but I feel it's the only way to go forward.
Yeah, I think that's something that we learned a lot recently, that we need to be fast, because the geopolitical situation changed within few months already, while building data center takes even years, right, Piotr? That's something what can happen. So how do you see in this project to speed up? I mean, if there are more grants coming from European Union, do you see that for the industry it could be beneficial with the IPCEI on AI project? Will you be ready to train more, to build more models, or go for the interference on your side?
Yes, well, to be honest, it doesn't take that long to construct a data center. Once you're shovel ready, the construction process is not that long. It's the permitting process and getting to that stage of being ready to construct, that's the longest part. And I'm not sure if this particular project can help with it, because it's a slightly different angle. But what it can help with is enabling GPU as a service, AI as a service services. I'm a big believer in free market. I believe the business will figure it out once at the European Commission level, we set up clear rules of engagement that allow a certain construction process. Again, I will go back to the AI growth zones that the UK has announced. again, it's not the country that is developing these data centers. They are just creating a sandbox for the businesses to create their own business models within it, and they just simplify the process to get to that business-ready stage. So this is the area that I believe we should also look at and see how we can enable that.
So does it mean that moving faster means also cooperation, and different aspects must be taken into consideration together? Because you said legal framework, I agree, because going to the to the government office and do something, it's complicated, I would say.
But even in Poland, we have an example. We have this National Data Center Project, KCPD, and there is a special act that allows a simplified process for permitting and construction of that data center project. So maybe that's something we could use an example, and we can apply it industry-wide or even specific project-wide that are critical for a European Union.
Okay, so I think that we are going into the conclusion right now. So I have two questions, one to two of you gentlemen. I mean, except Manuel, because I will, leave you the last question at the end. But we are finishing, as I said, the Polish presidency right now. So what would be your request to the Danish presidency when it comes to the digital growth, when it comes to the cloud, data center services, and all the acts that we've been discussing already? What would be your expectation for the next half a year? So maybe Mateusz, we can start with you.
As a host, let me just remind you that we are running out of time, and there's going to be lunch waiting within 45 minutes. There are two presentations more, so please be very precise.
One sentence each, please. Okay, two sentences, if it will be faster.
So, what I would expect, change in the public procurement law in order to get more public-private partnership, to get more procurement, and to enable public-public partnership also in order to boost the development of services.
Thank you. Piotr?
I would say act with a sense of urgency. The business that we're so afraid of sometimes is moving extremely fast. They follow the motto of move fast and break stuff. So that's something we need to somehow figure out how to tackle that as well.
Thank you. Stanisław?
Okay, so we have public procurement changes, we have speed. So I would say that I would love them to show that there are already European alternatives.
Thank you. So, Manuel, the question to you, after all you heard and what you have in your mind, let's imagine we are in 2030, 3.0. What you would believe we will be as a Europe? What will be our success and what will be waiting for? It's like 5 years in front of us. What's your dream? Become a fortune teller.
In one sentence, not where we will be, but where we are working to be, is to have European NI with autonomy all along its supply chain.
And you believe in 5 years it's possible?
In data centers, yes. In the models, I believe yes. In cloud, I believe yes. There might be aspects on the chips side where 5 years might be a bit short, but it's not my area. But
thank you very much. I think that we have all the requirements, in the meaning that resources, capacities, money, etc., to grow with Europe. And what I heard in this debate, it's about being also united. It means that if we will go over there, with the situation alone, we might fail. But if we will go together, we will win. So thank you very much all for this debate, and for you for listening. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congrats. Big applause. I really like one of the remarks. Again, I think it was the famous sentence of Barack Obama, "Yes, we can." So now there are going to be 2 short recordings, each of them 6 minutes. Then there will be a panel discussion, short recording, and a lunch break. So let's go to the public policy speech, What EU Can Do in AI, from Dan Drzin, Senior Advanced AI Researcher, Center for Future Generation.
I think it's fair to say that Europe has woken up to the importance of AI. Policymakers aren't betting on regulation alone anymore or hoping that this whole AI thing will just blow over. My name is Dan Yen, and I'm a senior AI policy researcher at CFG. We are an independent think and do tank based in Brussels, and we work on the governance of emerging technologies like AI. Me and my team are grappling with some of these really tough questions in European AI policy. Because when you consider the challenges and the sheer scale of what Europe is up against, it is quite easy to get stuck in defeatism sometimes. The US, China, now also the Middle East, are all pouring hundreds of billions into AI, while the EU is still scrambling to coordinate internally. So there's this real sense of what can the EU even do here? What kind of space can it realistically carve out for itself? The good news is that at the highest level, I think the EU's AI strategy is sound. For years now, the EU's North Star has been to develop trustworthy AI systems, systems that are lawful, ethical, and robust. And the thing is, no one else has properly positioned themselves to fill this gap. Not the US, not China, not the big tech companies. Current AI systems still hallucinate, they sometimes mistreat minorities, or even purposefully deceive users. And this unreliability can not only cause accidents, it is a major roadblock for the adoption of AI. Now for the bad news. The EU hasn't made a real attempt yet to create the ecosystem needed to deliver breakthroughs in AI. European AI companies face hurdles scaling up, and public efforts have been too scattered, too bureaucratic, and way too risk-averse. A couple of million euros here and there simply won't cut it. The scientific challenges we're talking about here, they are immense. They need big targeted bets with funding procedures that match the speed of the technology. We were very glad to see the Commission take these concerns seriously in the recent AI Action Plan. The main announcement there is that Europe is investing in up to 5 AI gigafactories, compute clusters, each equipped with some 100,000 AI chips. And that's the scale of infrastructure you need to train actual frontier models these days. The gigafactories will rely on both private and public funding, which means that the EU and member states get a say in how these compute clusters will be used. And this creates a huge opportunity for Europe to decrease foreign dependencies, pursue novel research at scale, and to train sovereign systems that can help, for instance, with cyber resilience. We think the gigafactories need to be paired with a public research organization. In the AI Action Plan, the Commission has announced RAISE, the new European research body that will both fund AI applications in science, but also bring more scientific rigor to the field of AI itself. And we believe that RAISE could become the main public user of the gigafactories alongside private actors. We've been pushing for a while now for this new European AI Research Institute that combines elements from 2 existing types of organizations. ARPA-type organizations, like Mario Draghi has famously pushed for, and focused research organizations, like CERN in Geneva. If RAISE were to take on this hybrid role, we think it could do 2 things very well. One, it could fund high-risk, high-reward, decentralized research across Europe in a much more agile way. And 2, and this is key, it could build up the internal capacity to do long-term, large-scale research on the AI factories and gigafactories. Let me give one concrete example of what RAISE could work on. Right now, we can train these incredibly capable AI systems, but we have very little idea of how they work under the hood. We can see all the model parameter values, billions of them, but we have no clue how they interact to produce coherent answers. Over the last few years, though, there's been really rapid progress in this new field called mechanistic interpretability. People often describe it as a neuroscience for AI. These researchers are digging into models and reconstructing the exact circuits that AI systems use to arrive at their answers. But the thing is, mechanistic interpretability often requires extensive compute resources, and it currently remains massively underfunded. There's maybe 100 people in the entire world right now working on this. You could look at it this way. It took a proper scientific understanding of quantum mechanics to manufacture the computer chips that power all our devices. It took a proper scientific understanding of biochemistry to create the mRNA vaccines that keep us healthy. So maybe we need a proper scientific understanding of AI to create AI systems that are both more powerful and more trustworthy. And I truly believe that that's something Europe can lead in.
That was the recording from Danian from Netherlands. One more recording from Alessandro Blanc again. It's going to be about applied AI strategy. As you know, last week there was a call for evidence for applied AI strategy, how to increase the adoption of AI within the SMEs, within the corporation. And together with the 10 organization, we co-created this position paper. We sent it to the commission, and now it's going to be 6 minutes about the main findings, and then there's going to be a short panel discussion about adoption, and we're going to have a break for lunch, for the coffee. Please do.
Dear guests of the 11th European AI Forum, thank you to all the organizers for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Alessandro Blanc. I'm Head of Public Affairs at the German AI Association. I would like to spend the next few minutes talking about where Europe stands in the global AI race and what we need to do now to make it a real progress and a real success. It has become clear to us all, I think, that AI is not just another layer of digitalization. It's foundational. AI will determine how we work, how we innovate, and how competitive our economies are on a global scale. Currently, Europe does not lead the global AI transformation when it comes to owning the technology, for example, shaping it, or where the economic value is created. We have the talent, the research and the values, and increasingly as well, the regulation. However, we do not yet have the impact. Europe is still far too dependent on non-European AI infrastructure, tools, and platforms. In fact, US hyperscaler dominate 85% of the global cloud market. The EU, just 5%. And when it comes to AI investment, the numbers are even starker. Last year, private investments in the US reached $67 billion. The EU and the UK combined reached just $11 billion. In generative AI specifically, the difference is more than 30-fold. At the same time, we're seeing a steady outflow of talent. More than half of Germany's AI PhD graduates, for example, leave the country after finishing their studies, primarily to work in the US, the UK, or Switzerland. The situation is therefore clear. Europe has enormous potential, but we are not translating this into market power. If we're serious about digital sovereignty, we can't afford to remain stuck in pilot projects and working groups while others are scaling up globally. That's why we welcome the European Commission's Apply AI strategy. It demonstrates the necessary ambition of shifting from debate to deployment. However, ambition alone will not be enough. What we need now is focus and execution. Together with the European AI Forum, we have outlined some very concrete policy recommendations that could significantly improve European AI competitiveness. The first of these vouchers would support SMEs in implementing AI solutions developed by European providers. The second voucher then would cover computing costs on European AI infrastructure, for example, the AI factories or gigafactories. This is not about providing subsidies for the sake of it. It's about stimulating demand in the right direction and ensuring that the data, value creation, and expertise remains in Europe. Secondly, we need to address the timing issues surrounding AI regulation. The AI Act implementation is moving forward, but for example, the harmonized technical standards, the code of practice, the guidelines on which it relies are still in development. This creates a difficult situation for companies as they want to comply but do not yet know how. This is particularly challenging for SMEs and startups. We therefore propose extending the compliance deadlines and simplifying the process, especially for high-risk use cases. Third, we recommend strategic public procurement. European governments should act as anchor customers for European AI. This would involve using AI internally and prioritizing European providers in long-term procurement frameworks. There is no better way to boost trust in European AI than for public institutions to use it themselves. Fourth, we must improve the transfer of research into the market. Europe has outstanding AI labs, but too few spin-offs. That's why we are proposing concrete programs within universities to help researchers and founders develop their business models, understand IP regulations and negotiations, and secure early-stage funding for proof-of-concept projects. Fifth, there is the issue of talent. Europe cannot afford to train brilliant people only to lose them to other continents. We therefore propose creating an Erasmus for AI, a comprehensive program for mobility, skills development, and talent retention. This would include micro-credentials, fellowships, and fast-track visas for international AI talent. Lastly, we need to adopt a consistent European AI-first approach, particularly with regard to integrating AI solutions into the public sector. In today's unstable geopolitical climate, we believe that this focus is essential for the bedrock of our digital sovereignty and Europe's economic security. We must transition from being the world's AI regulator to being the world's AI innovator and implementer. In short, we must treat the deployment of European AI as a strategic priority, because that's precisely what it is. This is not just about the technology. It's about whether Europe can remain a place where innovation happens and scales up, a place where startups can thrive. It's about a place where values and competitiveness go hand in hand. Let's ensure that Europe is not just a place that talks about AI, but a place that builds, uses, and leads with it. With that, thank you very much again for the possibility to speak to you today, and I wish you all an engaging discussion and a successful conference. Thank you.
That was the message from Alessandro. Now we move on to the live panel about applied AI in practice. So the moderator will be the president of Infobalt, but also board member of AI Lithuania, Tomas Krilavicius. Please join me on the stage. And we're going to have four panelists. Robert Zyskowski, CTO of Symphonia Group. Good morning, good afternoon actually. Piotr Dorosz, the CEO of Divinity. Big applause also. One of the key person behind Bilik. And Christian Gall from EIT Digital, ecosystem lead regionist. And last but not least, Arek Chwoska, managing director, Rebels Valley. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. I think you all have mics. Yep. So you have around 30 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. So, hello everybody. It's nice to moderate this discussion and nice to have such experienced panelists. And I will start from warmer version actually. So, can you tell a bit how you use, actually how you adopt AI in your companies or organizations, and are you happy at this adoption level and speed? So maybe you can start from the...
Okay, so I'm running small consultancy boutique, and in my everyday job, I was AI for deep research and for searching for the information and for checking the big data sets and looking for patterns that I can reuse.
Hello, this is Christian Gall, representing EIT Digital. To me, it's also a historic day to be here in Dansk. I mean, I read about it when I was studying in high school history, and I just checked that they even have Black Valessas, these little teddy bears you can buy in the souvenir shop. But going back to your question on when you're using AI at EIT Digital, we do use it, of course, during our work, but we also find it crucial to make sure that various companies, SME levels, small mid-caps, and also students at our master's school program do know what AI is about and how they can further develop their skills.
Hello, my name is Piotr Dorosz. I'm CEO of Divinity. Thanks for having me. So, according to how are we using AI, first of all, we are IT company, so we are using the tools that help us develop the code faster. The other thing is we are extensively using generative AI in order to capture different information coming from different sources of information. The last example is introducing our own tool called, just in quotes, Divinity Brain, that is able to capture different streams of and different layers of information to support our customers a little bit better, building kind of a brain for our company. Thanks.
Robert here. I'm with Symphonia, and Symphonia provides the SaaS, software as a service, for small and medium enterprises here in Poland as well as Romania. And the use of generative AI within Symphonia is pretty much combined with the cloud computing, because those two do not exist separately, at least in my brain, in my world. And predominantly we do three things. The one thing is using Gen AI for enriching and improving the customer experience, how they are engaging with us, how they're engaging with our customer support, with our applications, how to guide them through some of the realization of the business processes. The other bucket or the other category is the productivity of the customers, meaning how some data being processed in their systems or augmented, so they are spending more time on things that matter, and the Gen AI does the routine work. And finally, the third bucket is the internal use. For content generation, same thing as you mentioned, is we see currently 50% of savings when it comes to effort, developers' effort, when they work on new features through the use of assistant Gen AI for daily development. So these are those three categories, and we are seeing, a lot of good results that out there.
Well, so it's nice to hear that some of the companies are really strongly using it and adopting that, but maybe we can try to discuss, and we had some presentations talking about why it's not going to work. And I think that when we are talking about this adoption, we don't only have to think about, technologically advanced companies or IT companies. In this case, I mean, we are usually leaders anyway in adopting new things. But let's think about, construction companies, bakeries, I don't know, some fashion business and stuff like that. And do you think why we are slowish at that? Is it trust? Is it pricing? Is it training? Do we don't trust the models itself, or we don't want to upload data to the cloud because we don't trust these things? So what, in your opinion, is the main issue? So maybe we can start.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Actually, this is a very key question, because we also noticed that here in Symphonia that we are bridging that gap for adoption, meaning maybe it sounds a little bit peculiar, but we are making the adoption invisible for our customers. How it is going? We simply focus, this is our vision, we provide innovation on behalf of our customers combined with security, meaning we make them secure from the legal perspective, regulations, as well as cybersecurity perspective. So with that being said, we do provide capabilities that are being powered on the Gen AI, but it does not mean for an end customer like a bakery, like you said, or a small, medium enterprise, that they have to learn what this thing is all about, what's inference, what's training, what are the weights, what is the neural network. Actually, it's kind of transparent. So we are closing that gap between, the high-tech, security, the highest level of technological developments, and simply the daily use, making simple things, as they work, as they are running their business, simply even not knowing that there is the complicated, compute power and very much, high performance computing under the hood. Okay, I will pass to the next one.
Thank you. So from my perspective, I would change perspective a little bit. For me, adoption is kind of a process that you have to look at if you want to sell and if you want to use the software or what you are selling actually to the customer. I would say probably the biggest problem in adoption is not speaking the same language as our customer is, actually. Because we are doing fantastic work and a lot of work is done in terms of trying to build regulations, understanding how AI works, provide the infrastructure. All that is needed. But to adopt, we probably have to solve the customer's problem. And if you put all those customers into the same basket, bigger ones, smaller ones, different verticals, this probably will not happen. We have to go down, understand a little bit what is the real problem of the customer that we could solve with an AI approach. Maybe AI is not the best thing to solve all the problems, and then start actually providing the value for the customer. Because at the very end, in my opinion, if we take a look at the statistics, 50% of the companies will die within 5 years, which means we have to, looking through their lenses, it's just how to survive, how to be more efficient, how to solve more problems in order to survive. This is probably the biggest challenge.
At EID Digital, we are involved in 5 so-called European Digital Innovation Hubs, EDIH, EDIH, depending on the country where you come from, the spelling, which has the 2nd edition coming up from December, and due to the Commission's decision, it's going to be mainly focused on AI, and they want these EDIH hubs to be sort of a one-stop shop and also like an info center when it comes to AI. I understand your question and also your point that it's a very complex question. So whenever we meet with a company, we sit down with them and we do like a digital maturity assessment, where various questions are touched upon, how the company is functioning, what sort of problems they have, making sure we are tapping and monitoring the right areas. Of course, when it comes to AI, you have cloud computing, you have cybersecurity, other fields that cannot be just taken out from the equation that should be solved. What we see in Europe, or at least in Hungary, the country that I most know of in that sense, is that these companies are facing with fundamental problems and challenges. We used to use the analogy of these companies are still using like a notebook. They're still using pencil and writing numbers in it. To such a company, you cannot make such a big leap. Okay, let's use AI. It doesn't work that way. But once you get them engaged, once you have these talks with them, you make them understand that AI is not the goal, but more the means how to make your work more efficient, how you can spend more time on making more profits for a company, then it works. But it takes time. You cannot just pour the whole thing on them to use AI and it's going to be good for you, but more a step-by-step approach. And these hubs, and again, these sort of maturity assessment level and quizzes and questionnaires do help them. What it's important also to make another round in 1 year or 2 years' time, because of course this is like an ongoing session, making sure that you are talking to the right people at the right company.
Okay, and I think I will connect everything that my predecessor says, because from my perspective, it's obvious that at this point of the technology, we cannot build a general AI for everyone. So we need to understand our customers, and we sitting here, we are living in a bubble. We are in a high-tech bubble. When we got out from this building and we start to talk with people about the AI, about how they can use it, most of them will not know about it, anything. Maybe they will hear something in TV about ChatGPT, but what ChatGPT should they use? It's something completely different. Yeah? So from my perspective, we need to support to grow some kind of business middleware. So we need to grow startups, we need to grow companies that will use the AIs that we build, the models that we build. that will use all of this infrastructure that was mentioned in the previous panel, but the companies that will understand perfectly their customers, either they are construction, medical, hospitals, or anything else, so they can utilize AI in a way that it will, at first touch, that it will bring the value for the customers in the particular segment. So from my perspective, it's building the middleware and the startups between.
Yes, so actually I would like to follow up on this question. So basically, you know, students, school children, we are adopting it so fast and we're making total mess out of that. I mean, I just graded my exam and like 2/3 of the students, they submitted completely generated content with all the watermarks in there as well. So I had quite strong communication over the weekend. But actually, should we just, you know, tell people, especially the small companies with lower technological competences, just to dive in? Or maybe it makes sense to do it in moderate speed, just, you know, looking at how you should digitize it, how you should make it work, and then at some moment they should, you know, start adopting one or another kind of models, because it's very easy to make mess of these things. I mean, you upload some data there, you get some answers, probably they are not correct even if it's calculations, and it could be complete disaster instead of making things work. So what is your viewpoint on that? Again, maybe now from our side.
Okay, so from my perspective, I think we should be careful with this because it's easy to kill the business. And especially when we are talking about the SMEs, especially the smallest one, there are companies that feeds families of the owners, of the people who are managing it. And making a deep dive into the AI, if they're not ready to use the AI, can make a much more chaos in the business that bring values. Of course, there are some people in our bubble that will use it, and they will grow faster. And probably the next companies will join, but they need to do this on their own pace.
I would say that moderate speed is a lot better than no speed. So definitely, obviously there are companies that are bigger, that have more resources to make it like a Formula One sort of speed level. Others are slower than a snail, but still they need to start it somehow. What we see in the last few years, even that companies are using so much technology that they couldn't think of using before that, but they do have to do it because of adaptation. They understand the needs of the market. It's also some sort of reaction adoption to it. But let's not get carried away too much with knowing AI right now, because of course those who are, as you were saying, more in the bubble, more close to the fire in that sense, they also need to keep up with the speed. So I would say it's like it's not like a circuit where the cars are going, but the circuit is also moving. So we also need to make sure that we understand the speed and we have control in it. What is like a huge debate about using AI in Europe and in the US is also about who is in charge at the very end. So it's great to have all this technology usage, but let's make sure also with the AI Act and other tools that we are controlling it. We know where the direction is, and at the end of the day, of course, it's for our usage, it's for our common interest when it comes to individuals and also to companies.
Okay, a lot was said. I would refer to that educational example. So maybe we should rethink the rules we are guided by at some point, because AI is able to change them. This is not a game who will provide better essay or better, I don't know, paper. This is rather a fundamental idea, what is the process for, and we have to think about that. So in your case, probably, it would be much better to assume that everyone is using AI, actually, to provide all the papers you ask them for. And you should be training rather how to contradict some ideas that were generated. Maybe we should be thinking, where is the let's say, weakest point of this thesis we are putting. And maybe at some point we should be thinking who is more creative and how to be more creative, how to reframe what was actually produced in educational process. On the grounds of business, this is of course crucial, like my colleagues said, to be on top of the changes and understand them. But I would suggest that being first is not the very, not always the best strategy. And I would link it rather to what kind of value are we extracting, what kind of value are we getting from using AI, not just blindly using AI. This is probably my idea.
That's a kind of tough question. It's a sort of dilemma, I would say, because it's, one size fits not all the other people, and there is no silver bullet, I would say. Yes, we do appreciate our customers embracing the Gen AI revolution. It's sort of like an industrial revolution these days. Preventing them from following that avenue, not necessarily a prudent idea. Educating them on how to use it in a reasonable way, that's the suggestion, I would say. We hear from our customers a lot of concerns, such as, oh my goodness, our jobs are sort of in danger, right? So some of those customers are telling us, my job will be not prevented anymore. Education, and awareness. These are the things that we as technology providers should be focused on. And also, embracing some of those regulations. We mentioned, AI Act 100 times here in this forum, and this is just the beginning of this event, right? So we will hear more about it. So educating them on those regulations, how to use generative AI in a reasonable way, being thoughtful about what it can do, what it cannot do. We've seen a pattern of some of the expectations being inflated to the skies. So that causes bigger problems than you can imagine. So let's go and educate them and close the bridge between the high tech and what is needed. And I fully agree what you said. Understand the business problem and try to tackle it through the technology that is available out there. So this is what I would say.
Yeah, thank you. And you mentioned regulations, and actually, when we look at models built in US, mostly the biggest models, they don't adhere to GDPR. They don't care about APR mostly. I mean, and for us, especially when we are talking about Europe, usually we have to build or somehow to at least improve models to properly work with our languages. Actually, is it possible to achieve level we have there, where we don't care about these regulations in Europe at all? So, I mean, if you look what these guys doing, they collect all the information, they don't care. Is it personal? Is it protected by APR? Can we do it with all the regulations here and provide good products here which will be useful and usable by our local businesses?
You want me to start? So, yeah. I mean, even today we mentioned some of the local models, Bilik and Plum have been mentioned before. That answers the question number one, can we do that like locally? Can each and every country here in Europe have their own, language-specific models? Yes, they can. Has been proven working, at least based on those examples that I am aware of. The other thing that you mentioned, is it safe to send my data over into the model and let the inference run? Depends whether it's a publicly available model for everybody. These days, anyone can go to the darknet and find some jailbreaks hacks or prompt engineering hacks, allowing for, deriving the data from the public models. So it's easy. It's like 3 minutes for students of the first grade in information technology. But still, you can also leveraging the fact that some of the public cloud providers, they offer you your isolated environments like subscriptions or accounts where your individual models, I mean, these are the closed or open source models. We are using both at Symphonia. They are in a sort of an isolated model, and that isolation is as good as all the controls that the public cloud provider can provide, and we know that these are good controls. So there are ways to, to deal with that safely, I would say. And with that, we'll hand over to the other person.
Thank you. So from my perspective, I would rather, again, gravitate to the real business need, because in my opinion, competing with, let's say, US-based AI is probably, from the perspective of business, is not the best thing. So I think sovereignty AI is kind of an answer. So maybe we cannot compete, maybe we cannot be the biggest one, the fastest one, the largest model producer. However, we can do something which is probably much more suitable to what we need here in Europe than someone is providing us. This is natural for me to think in kind of a way we were thinking, trying to build Bilik. So we often meet customers, and the customers is usually saying that I need the biggest model, my business is totally different than the other, I need most parameters, the largest computing power available for me, and so on. This is one perspective. It usually very fast ends when the cost side is presented. And in most cases, smaller language models or medium language models are just enough, because in many business processes, we don't need asking in Japanese, receiving answer in German, in a form of poem, and put it in the kind of, I don't know, graphic way to present the result. This is not a typical business process, and typically smaller business large language models are up to provide business value, and that's why we should be trying to build and fulfill the needs of our businesses here. And this is, in my opinion, kind of sovereignty AI. If it will be used on sandboxes, and the sandboxes will be tested from different perspectives, legal ones, data governance, this should be really amplifying the adoption of those technologies. Thank you.
Just, gentlemen, final remarks, because we are slowly running out of time.
Okay, then I will have 2 short sentences, so you can also have a word. Yeah, so I do believe that the regulations in Europe are helping to control the speed in a way. Of course, Europe is fragmented. It's different to the US. I wouldn't compare the two in that sense. Although this regulation also helps to create other networks within Europe. What I would like to focus on now in the closing remark is more the academic side. The ALICE network, for example, is an AI-based education and network among academic institutions in Europe, something they would like to work on when it comes to AI and also the industry needs, something that perhaps couldn't be helping or couldn't be working in the same way as in the US. So again, regulations are helping with the speed, although the networks need to grow in order to tackle the challenges.
Okay, and I will answer directly to the question. No, we cannot compete on a general level with the large American models. We don't have enough funding for them. We have law or regulation that binds us, and we cannot compete on this. But we can compete in our own game, and this is something that my colleague said a moment ago, with the smaller models, with dedicated models to solving some predefined business needs.
So, and for conclusions, so I would try to give my conclusion, then I will ask for a sentence or two from each of you. So basically, I would say that if you're an enthusiast, deep dive is fine and do it as fast as possible, but be careful. But if you are not sure, do it at moderate pace. Talk with people who already did that. Talk with companies who provide these services, but don't wait for tomorrow. Start today.
Yeah, absolutely. I will repeat myself. Starting today, it's a prudent idea. Embrace it. I will be brutal. Otherwise, you are out of the business. Simply.
Okay, 2 hashtags from my side. The first one would be the goal, the purpose. Why are we doing? Why are we serving AI to our customers? What is the purpose? The other one would be 70%, 20%, and 10%. This comes from BCG report. If you're applying AI project, AI tools, 70% of your budget should come to changing the mindset of your people and prepare them to use the tool, 20% for infrastructure, 10% only for software. This is worth remembering.
Yes, I agree with the colleagues, and also that there was no time when technology has not benefited the companies. So this is the sort of message we should also signal to those who are in touch with when it comes to companies or educational institutions.
Okay, so my summary is that the biggest LLMs and the biggest number of parameters is not always the perfect solution for the business.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're going to have a final recording before the lunch. It's a fireside chat discussion about AI Act and sandboxes. It's Hugh Janssen, chair of the working group of the European regulators, but also Dutch Authority for Digital Infrastructure. And the discussion is done by Marlos Pomp, Vice President of the European AI Forum, but also lead government and international for AI Netherlands Coalition.
My name is Hugh Janssen. I work for the Dutch Authority on Digital Infrastructure. We are a competent authority, a supervisor in the field of telecom and cybersecurity, and also one of the supervisors in the Netherlands on the AI Act. And in addition to that role, I'm also the chair of the Dutch working group of all the competent authorities supervising AI, as well as the chair of the European working group, the informal working group of competent authorities of AI.
And what is this European working group doing? Because nobody knows about it. So explain us a bit.
Very good.
What's the role? What are they doing?
Yeah, well, it's normally in the nature of competent authorities not to be to promoting themselves. Well, it started in 2021. Already prior, before there was an AI Act or whatever, AI was coming up, and a lot of competent authorities need to supervise different kind of legislation. And the question was, if there is an AI, how are you going to do it? It's about the art of supervising AI that gives a lot of specific kind of questions on how to supervise. How do you determine, is it AI? Is it riskful? Is it safe or not? So we started in 2021, so already 4 years ago. And within the working group from the beginning was already the European Commission, and ENISA, the European Cybersecurity Center, was present. And we started with a limited number of participants from the different member states, and now almost all the member states are participating within this informal working group. So it's competent authorities, by definition independent, talking together on how are we going to supervise AI, and especially the last year, it's mainly about supervising the AI Act. So there's about...
Two questions. How are you preparing yourself, and what did you do?
So in the last year, we had a lot of talks on how should it be organized in every member state, how can we collaborate, but also a lot of use cases that we discussed. And we worked together with UNESCO, who created several workshops for us on capacity building and knowledge and insight between all the competent authorities on how do you supervise AI and how do you supervise the AI Act. So on a very practical basis, we're just preparing for supervising AI and the AI Act.
Yeah, and what did you do? The second question, don't forget.
No, I can't avoid difficult questions. So
how did you prepare yourself? What did you do?
Well, whatever is needed. So sometimes somebody had done an exercise on what kind of education do you need? What kind of expertise do you need in order to supervise? So you share that with the others. So everybody can learn from each other. We do the workshops and the discussion on the use cases. We have presentations from different member states. For example, in previous one, we had, for example, a presentation by the Austrian supervisor on AI, who have a kind of AI service desk and really want to help companies comply with the AI Act. So that's a kind of model that other competent authorities think we can copy that. But also discussing, for example, how do we supervise on an innovation-friendly way? Because we really believe that the AI Act can foster innovation, and so
it's to be a combination, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they say it's kind of conflict, and it's not.
No, I agree. And the sandboxes, what is the status of the sandboxes? Because we all know there will be sandboxes, but when are we going to start? How does it work? Who's in the lead?
Yeah, well, until now, there hardly have been any sandboxes under the AI Act, specifically under the AI Act, sometimes in a different field, for example, in finance or in the GDPR, and they take in a little bit of AI, but not specifically on the AI Act. We've done a pilot last year in the Netherlands and to test a model on how are we going to do that. And one of the things that you notice is that there's a lot of different ideas behind the word sandbox. It's not a technical sandbox, it's called a regulatory sandbox, but it's more a regulatory dialogue. So the idea within the way that we are going to approach it in the Netherlands, and we start officially in the beginning of 2026. So beginning of next year, we'll start. People can ask questions, especially when it comes to interpreting legislation or the combination of different legislations, or how do innovations fit within the terms used in the AI Act. So mainly some technical and legal questions. And what we try to do is to give them an answer within 2 weeks. And if it's too complex, we need some extra experts, then it might take a bit longer. And if it's a really very complex one, then you need a kind of what is meant on the AI Act, the kind of sandbox where you really start a kind of project. In order to,
Do you expect that companies are willing to join a sandbox, or maybe they could also be afraid because in the sandbox you have all the eyes of the regulators on you? So what will be the strategy to get companies in the sandbox?
Well, you presume you need a strategy to get them in.
Okay, good question.
Until now, in our pilot, we didn't really have a problem with it. And a lot of companies have a lot of questions, and we need to try to answer those questions. And sometimes it's a very simple question, and we can give a simple answer, but sometimes it's really complex and we have no idea as well. So what we're not going to do is to do a kind of total assessment on their product regarding the AI Act. It's usually components or parts of it where you have a question on how do we interpret it? How are you going to look? What should we do? When is that part compliant with the legislation? So yes, you have the AI, you have the supervisors looking at you, but it's a dialogue. And usually the dialogue starts before they put it on the market.
I agree.
So in a pre-market phase, you have that kind of dialogue. You can use the outcome of that dialogue, and then by the time you put it on the market, you have more certainty about your compliance.
Yeah, I agree. And how does it work with, because you're talking about being compliant, there are a lot of laws at this moment in place, and for me personally, but I'm not the expert, the AI Act feels quite simple in relation to other acts. So how do you see the relationship between different acts, and how can they be compliant? And also, on which topics are there maybe ideas where they don't have to be compliant? I'm not sure if...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's very important to understand that the AI Act is product safety regulation. So that's completely different than, for example, the GDPR. With the GDPR, it's legalistic. You either are aligned or not aligned, and if you're not aligned, you could get fined. That's absolutely not the case with the AI Act. So when it comes to product safety regulation, it's risk-based supervision. So we look at the main risk, and you must, and we expect that all the producers or deployers that put things on the market are trying to be as compliant as possible. But there is no such thing as being completely compliant or not compliant. There's a whole gray area because things evolve, and it's all about. So what we expect from competent authorities, or from producers and deployers, is that the analysis you should do is, which product am I going to put on the market? Is there somewhere in that product an AI used?
Yeah.
So it's not an AI product, it's a product where in the supply chain, also maybe if you buy data and the data that you buy have been used AI within it, then your product is going to be an AI product under the AI Act. So if somewhere in the supply chain an AI is used, it's an AI product or an AI system, and then you need to look at the products I put on the market. Is there an AI system in there? Then you look at what's the intended use, because based on the intended use, you can see, is it forbidden, high risk? Do we need some transparency or not at all? Yep. If it's forbidden, well, there's a limited market to sell within the EU. So that's good for your investors to say it's not forbidden. It has an impact, but at least you know what's forbidden. If it's high risk, then you know which requirements you have to fulfill. And that's not rocket science, it's just the basic things. It's minimum requirements. You want your cybersecurity in order, you don't want people to get hurt. It's product safety regulations. You can look at it legally, but also as a normal person, if you buy that product, you don't want anybody in your family to be discriminated, hurt, manipulated. You don't want it to be hacked or whatever. So the requirements within the AI, just minimum requirements which you want, and everything above, everybody can compete. So there's a lot of room for competition. It's just not on the human safety. That's the main thing. And I think everybody wants that. And of course, it's easier to decide exactly if you are compliant or not if all the standards are in place. They are not in place on day one. But that's okay, because if it's not, you don't have an exact measure to determine are you completely compliant or not. It gives more freedom for companies to have their own way. They can decide on their own way how they want to determine whether or not they are compliant. There's more room for own interpretation as long as there are no standards. So you don't need to wait.
Yeah, we do have some time. Okay, last question. Because, of course, I work for the European AI Forum, and then a lot of countries are still struggling with the sandboxes, the concept by itself. But because you have seen all these developments, what's your advice? How to get started for the regulators, but also for companies to get involved in this process of sandboxes?
Well, in my working group, we have a special subgroup of a work stream on the AI sandboxes. So that's the place, because until now it was mainly the politicians or the policymakers from the ministries discussing it, but in the end, legally, it's an instrument from the competent authority. So in our work stream, we go into the depth of how to organize it and learn from each other. So that's a very practical group of people that are going to do it, and they want to share ideas. So the ones that follow can easily be copied by the ones that are a bit lacking behind. So I hope that's a way that we can make sure that in the next 1 or 2 years, the sandboxes start in a good way. But it's all a learning process.
Yeah. And sorry, another last question.
Yeah. I had one extra.
But when you're in a sandbox, why can't you? Yeah, what will be the outcome? Will there be a certificate or a stamp that you for investors that you will be compliant? No, why not?
Well, at least I'm saying no. That's not how it's going to be in our sandbox. For example, in Spain, the idea was a bit different than the way we do it in the Netherlands. So the idea is that we're going to help you with
the answers. Yeah.
In the end, if you are a high-risk product under Annex 1, which are current product safety regulations already, you need third-party conformity assessment. So that's already a kind of system that's already in place. If you're under Annex 3, it's a self-assessment. So you can do your own assessment and sign that off. So it's not the competent authority because we need some kind of independence. So we're not a notified body that is going to supervise and to stamp you. That's not our role.
No, okay. Sorry, I shouldn't talk.
Yeah.
This is really my last question.
Yeah.
What do you think about AI audits? Like from a technical perspective, from an ethical perspective, because I think investors would like to know if the regulators, is it high risk or not, but maybe also about the technical aspects, the ethical aspects. Do you think we need an audit or is product regulation enough?
I think the product, so the AI Act in itself, I think is enough because what's ethical, you don't know what's ethical. At least the AI Act gives some guidance on what is ethical. And of course you can do more, and then that's part of your
own
advantage towards your competitors that you say, but we are more than just the bare minimum.
Yeah, okay, I understand. Yeah.
You can do your own audits. You can have third-party conformity assessment. Sometimes it depends. You can be on the safe side or not on the safe side. If you think it might become a high-risk AI system, you can say, okay, I'm going to start from the requirements from a high-risk area system from day one, so everything is in place. If it happens to become an AI high-risk,
that's also possible. Yeah.
But you can also say no. I'll take the risk. I'll just start, try to get my business up and running. And if it turns out to be high risk, I'll do everything later on. But then it will be more expensive. But then you have some more certainty about the clients that you get. So that's a kind of thing that investors need to look at it by themselves. But what I fear at the moment is that, a lot of companies are now preparing for the AI Act. That means that there's money going into it. A lot of people are going to invest, and also a lot of consultants get into that business, which I think is really good. I have a feeling within Europe, it's really starting to boom now, the AI and ethical and responsible AI, and I think Europe really needs it. So I'm really happy about it. The only focus now is all on AI literacy.
Mm-hmm.
And the funny thing is, AI literacy, it's in Article 4, is the only article we're not going to supervise. So it's not about that you need to be AI literate as kind of independent thing. What you need is a safe product. That means that the ones that are to make the decision need to understand what kind of choice they make. The people who are working on the work floor on a daily basis with the product need to know what is the scope, what is the value of the outcome. So AI literacy is not something general. It depends very much on your role within the organization, and are you able to make the right decisions to make that your product is going to be used safe. So you shouldn't start with AI literacy without the context for which you're going to use it.
Without the product, yeah.
Thank you. That was a very packed agenda. Now we have a break for a working lunch. It's on the, when you go out from the room, it's on your right side. And we meet around 2:30, unfortunately. So like 35 minutes. Then we're gonna have some presentation from AI Albania, AI Georgia, and Polish Corner. Thank you. Now we're going to have several presentations, one from Albania, then from Georgian AI Association, also video recording from AI Austria, and then we're gonna present some Polish AI tech. So it will be called Polish Corner. So you're gonna see a presentation from Bilik, from the ministry about the AI policy that we are developing in Poland, but also from other leading AI startups. So let me introduce to the stage Professor Mariana Prifiti-Skenduli, President of the AI Albania. Big applause.
Okay, thank you, Piotr, for the very nice introduction, and I'm very happy and pleased to be here today on this very important occasion. And before starting my formal speech, I'd really like to express my gratitude for all the members of the European AI team that have been very close every step of the way, supporting AI Albania to come to life. So it's a pleasure to basically join you today at the 11th edition of the European AI Forum, which I tend to see as an event that not only continues to shape the conversation around AI in Europe, but it does it with precision and, most importantly, with a lot of purpose. It's also a privilege to be here in Gdansk, a city that serves as a powerful reminder that transformation is always possible. Today I want to share the story of Albania, a nation that is often overlooked in the European AI discourse, and not only, yet it's a very rich country in terms of potential. For too long, the prevailing narrative has been that of a small country with little chance of becoming an important player. However, we are actively reshaping that story. We believe our size, it's our advantage, as it allows us to be agile, to collaborate closely, to make smart and strategic decisions. But it's in this spirit of strategic connection that we are incredibly proud to begin our work alongside you as an associated member of the European AI Forum. For us, it's also joining an organization, but actually the real conversation. It's about plugging into the most important AI network in Europe, and we are here to get to work. Well, this brings me in another important point. This brings me to the why behind our work back in Albania. I wish this works. Okay. Exactly. It's okay. So as I was saying, this brings me to the why behind our work back in Albania. And our core mission is guided by the simple but yet powerful mission, that of AI for all, shaping a responsible ecosystem in Albania. We're convinced that for AI to deliver sustainable value, it must be fundamentally human-centric. This means ensuring our national ecosystem is responsible by design and inclusive in practice. It is not developed in a silo, but instead as a dynamic network of diverse stakeholders, including here researchers, entrepreneurs, and policymakers, all grounded in a shared commitment of responsible and inclusive innovation. So why this momentum? Why Albania and why now? Because the underlying fundamentals for rapid growth are now firmly in place. Let me share a key few indicators with you. Startup investment has tripled in the last year alone. Our IT export market is already a robust 155 million euros engine, and critically, with over 95% of public services digitized, we have an entire generation that is digitally native, young, eager for future-focused skills. As to the startup scene, it is young for sure, but it's full of potential. We're seeing creative startups popping up, especially in fields like fintech, agri-tech, as well as automation, all using AI to solve real-world problems. While we may not yet have a comprehensive national AI strategy, the demand for AI skills and AI-driven solutions is rapidly rising across our industries. Critically, the Western Balkans region as a whole, currently speaking, lacks some structured, dedicated AI ecosystem to foster collaboration and growth. So this is why we created AI Albania. We are the first nonprofit center of excellence dedicated to artificial intelligence. Our mission is that of being a human-centric bridge in this ecosystem, and we draw inspiration from the triple helix model. We bring together the three fundamental forces of progress: the creative curiosity of academia, the dynamic engine of industry, and the guiding wisdom of public policy. So we exist exactly to connect Albanians' incredible talent with the remarkable diaspora and the global community. So to nurture this growing ecosystem, we have focused our work on three core pillars. First, with human capital and AI literacy, our mission is to democratize the understanding of AI across Albania through education, through literacy programs, and trying to empower our citizens to help them prepare for the future and for a future-proof, ready workforce. From this foundation of human talent, we build our second pillar, AI governance and policymaking. This isn't just about rules, it's about building a framework for principled innovation. And for a major topic at this forum, the EU AI Act, this work is critical. As an EU candidate country, however, the AI Act isn't a future challenge for Albania. It's our current playbook instead. We're actively advising on national policy making and helping crafting governance frameworks in alignment with it, educating our companies and helping our startups to align and navigate the EU regulatory frameworks, even though we are just a candidate country. So finally, we act as a catalyst for research and innovation. We try to cultivate scientific excellence and help translate foundational research into real-world applications that can improve the life of society. Though we are young, our work is already making a significant impact. Our initiatives are showing incredible traction, and we are seeing the network effects in real time. We have managed to bring global players like Google DeepMind, like Stanford's Deliberative Democracy Lab into our ecosystems, just to name a few. To build our future-ready workforce, we're launching targeted new programs from an AI incubator for teens to AI literacy and advanced courses in emerging technologies such as quantum computing. So the result has been beautiful, organic growth of a community of over 250 members and 30 institutional partners so far, all of them bound by a shared vision and purpose. So in conclusion, my message is one of invitation. Let us connect our networks, let us work together, share knowledge and best practices, and let's build an AI continent that is more inclusive, more responsive, and more human-centric. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming to Gdańsk and presenting the AI Albania. And I'm really happy as a European AI Forum that we are joining forces together. Now, there's going to be a brief presentation from Georgian AI Association. So let me introduce to the stage Shota Elkashvili as a co-founder and vice chairman of the Georgian AI Association.
Sorry for the spelling. No problem at all. Hello, everyone. I'm greatly honored to be here and have a chance to talk about Georgia's AI journey to you. And first of all, on behalf of whole AI community of Georgia, I want to deeply express our gratitude for welcoming Georgia as new member of European AI Forum. Our nation is one of the world's oldest country with oldest culture, with deep history and traditions, and exactly in the age of Europe and Asia. But we also are and have always been part of and fundamentally European and Western country. Our values of freedom, innovation, and progress has been vital for our vibrant and rapidly growing technological scene that is eager to contribute to European together future. So, a few years ago, we decided that in Georgia, we already had really interesting initiatives around AI, but we don't have any platform. We don't have any platform where we could express, collaborate, and share knowledge. So that's where me and my colleagues came up with the idea to create AI Association. Few words about me. I'm Shota. I'm co-founder and vice chairman of Georgian AI Association. And all these pictures behind my slides are from Georgia, so if you like, we are welcoming you, and we will be happy if you'll come here. So, our association, Georgian AI Association, we call it GAIA. We created it for 2 years ago, and we realized that we should be catalyst in AI development in Georgia. We established ourselves as dynamic platform where people from education perspective, our AI professionals, policymakers, public and private sectors could talk with each other, share knowledge, and start conversations that will lead to something really, really important. From the beginning, we had clear goals and objectives that what we wanted to handle. First of all, most important thing was to increase public awareness of AI in Georgia. Even though we are really a small country, around 3.9 million people, we still have problem of public awareness and demystifying technology and highlighting good in AI. Second and third points are that we, as I said already, we need to create some kind of public platform and online presence where our community could collaborate with each other. Also, we are actively working with policymakers and government officials regarding our AI-related policies, which at this moment, as our colleague from Albania said, we do not have, and we are not using AI Act framework, but we plan to actively work with our government to be all aligned with all European Union initiatives. And most importantly, we are trying to help Georgian public and private sector in AI adoption. So, where does Georgia stand now? At this moment, Georgia is one of the biggest outsourced engineering provider in Europe, providing lots of software and AI services. We are different outsourced companies. We have really cost-efficient innovation hub regarding we have our operational and engineering costs are relatively low. One interesting advantage Georgia has because of our localization is that we have time zone advantage, which I call that our AI professionals can work on European and Asian markets easily. Our professionals are also have high English proficiency, and they don't have problem in communication. And it's a con and pro at the same time that at this moment we don't have any regulations in AI, which is maybe perfect for someone who wants to experiment with something, but not ideal for our future, but we are actively working on all of this. Even though we are relatively starting new association, and our ecosystem is relatively small, we still have some success cases. At this moment, I have provided 3. For example, first one, Tenno, is startup who is Web Summit winner and took AP documentation world by a storm and is still going good. And one of the most proud is we trained our Georgian pre-trained LLM. And as you know, our Georgian language is unique. We have our own alphabet, and not many people speak Georgian, so our presence of online data is not much. So it was a huge effort from AI Lab to develop pre-trained Georgian LLM, which we can say that comfortably beats all the open source models on Georgian language benchmark. And last but not least is Pulsar AI, one of the first AI startup who was recently acquired by a leading US automotive company. So what are the challenges that we are facing right now and how we are trying to deal with them? First of all, we are trying to be catalyst and mediator in all this problem. And you might think that I'm super inspired by today's talks and today's problems, how to create good data centers and what kind of things we should have in mind while developing data centers around Europe. And those problems require lots of deep conversations and thinkings. But I want you to make sure that even when problems are on smaller scale, you might find really interesting problems. For example, in the beginning that we created our associations, we had some ideas what kind of challenges we would face, like how to grow our talent pool, how to build local infrastructure. But one of the most interesting and unexpected challenge that we had to creatively handle was handling inner community and gap in fundamental knowledge. It's really interesting one because even though we had not that small community, there was nothing happening. There was not that many people that were actively collaborating with each other. We had researchers on one side, we had industry on second side, and there was no bridge in between. So we had to come up with some kind of system and different approaches to connect them, to force collaboration and research. One of the projects we did was that we gathered all the researchers from marine biology and all the other things, not directly related to AI, and we found promising, aspiring AI researchers from academia, and we tried to match them together and try to force collaboration. And it worked good because right now we have dozens of research projects where aspiring AI researchers and just general scientists are working together to build something, some innovative research, to do some innovative research from Georgia. For talent pool, we are heavily investing in high school students. We took motivation from Polish educational system, where Polish people are heavily investing in preparing students for AI Olympiad, and we took huge motivation from them, and we created open source, fully free AI course, which starts from like typical math and Python basics, going to diffusion models, LLM models. We gathered all the AI researchers and ML engineers, and we created this course. Now we are trying to advocate and market this course to touch people in Georgian mountain regions to like make this more accessible for everyone. Another interesting thing related to today's subjects that we already discussed is that we do not have any local infrastructure. Not even academia, not even industry has even small-scale GPU data centers. We are heavily relied on cloud. So with our government officials, we decided to go with government-funded, government-subsidized GPU data center. And for that, in order to deliver this project, what we did was that we did comprehensive study of what is our current demand and need on academia side and industry side, because as we mentioned many times today, one of the worst problems you might have during building local infrastructure is underutilizing GPU cluster and just waste most of the capacity. So we are, before we made the final decision, we did comprehensive study to fully understand what's the current needs from our current and predict future needs of our AI ecosystem. One thing is that, as I mentioned, like we are a relatively young association, we are enthusiasts, and one thing that is really fascinating for me with smaller countries is that you can do lots with collaboration. Like we do not have many AI researchers in top AI labs, but even though who we have, we are working together and we are delivering every project together. So, but at some point our resources are reaching the ceiling. So that's why we want to build future together. We provide really vibrant region with really rapidly growing talent, but we want your help to help us come up with our own AI strategy for the nation, and in general collaborate more, because I promise you that we have really really interesting projects coming up next. So yes, thank you for your time, and please communicate with us. If you like the pictures again from Georgian mountains, please come to Georgia. We'll be happy to take you to tours and just let you experience Georgian hospitality. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shota. Now there's going to be a brief recording from AI Austria, from Ruben and Catherine. Short introduction, so what they are doing, and then we're going to move to the Polish corner about what we do in Poland. So let's start with the pre-recorded message from AI Austria.
Hey guys, this is Ruben.
This is Catherine.
From AI Austria. We are currently sitting here in Vienna, 1,000 kilometers south of you guys. Unfortunately, we couldn't be there. We still are so happy to be here virtually. In 10 years, we're going to live our lives in the metaverse anyways. But today, we want to tell you a little bit about AI Austria and about our fascination and ambition for EAIF, because I think, and we think, Europe really needs it. So what is AI Austria and what are we doing? For that, I'm going to share my screen that I hope you guys should see now. We are just we are the biggest AI network basically in Austria, and we're just trying to push AI into the whole ecosystem, not just on the technological side, not just on the research side, but also like for the whole society, from the school, from the students over to the seniors, and also the industry and the political side of it. We're just gonna try to push it into society because it really has become a societal issue. For technological exchange, I'm just gonna show some examples because we don't have too much time. Otherwise, Pietro is gonna be really mad of us. So we have this thing we call, for example, the reinforcement learning community, where Catherine you would be the right person to talk about because you are in the lead. We do boot camps there, we do meetups there. At the moment, the reinforcement learning community is still not as big as a buzzword as Gen AI, but it's steadily growing. And of course, we also have a Gen AI community, the buzzword of the last years, where we regularly bring up to 200 people together to really make it an interactive format and bring just people to share their ideas and connect the right people. We also have not only technological communities where we focus on specific methodologies, but we also have communities where we share, where we focus on some niche. For example, we just had our first creative arts event where artists came together to talk about how they use AI. As you can imagine, there were a lot of sensible topics like IP that were discussed harshly, but in a very productive and creative manner. So it was really a fascinating event. From my side, speaking of a just technological perspective I have all day normally. Another niche domain we also have is the legal tech area. We have a proper legal tech scene here based in Vienna, and we had a lot of startups there that talked about how to provide the most value, and also a lot of legal departments out of the big companies. And it was really interesting to see the creative mindset of the startups coming together, like what I would call like a very conservative department, and really share ideas and create value in the end. Also a big part, and that is also what we think is really important for EAIF, is that we take care of the politicians. We also talk with the politicians. They come for us for an objective opinion on AI, what's possible, what's not possible. The latest two meetings were, for example, with the Ministry of Economy, Energy and Tourism, with the office of Elisabeth Zehetner. We were talking especially how to foster a healthy startup ecosystem, because we know AI gets implemented a lot through innovative startups, and how they can be more financed and more funded, because I think we need to do, as Europe, a little bit of a better job to really bring our good startups also to the scale-ups. That was the focus of this talk. And we also talked with the Ministry of Education, and we talked about two things mainly, about education about AI. We just need, as a society, awareness for AI. You know how good the new Google VO3 is with all these deep fakes flying around social media. So we really need an awareness of AI, but also AI for education. So how can AI help us in form of AI coaches or tutoring chatbots to really build and educate ourselves to become a better version of us? And this is also what we are striving forward in the EAIF. And now we're back from a cut because we messed up a little bit, but now I'm going to hand it over to Catherine to talk more about the EAIF.
Thanks, Ruben. So today it's not just about what AI Austria does, but also what we can do together as part of the EAIF. And I'm happy to say we've started the process now that we can officially become full members. And I'm happy we're motivated to see where we can contribute in general, and also particularly to how we can contribute to the agenda of how AI is approached in Europe. So where do we see the vision of the EAIF? Where do we see the benefits? One thing we really believe in is in unity, that we and all the members can identify through this shared identity of the EAIF and contribute to the shared goal. Our hope through that is that we can use this shared vision to bring more weight and more importance of all the combined members that we represent here, and more than what we would individually be able to do, to Brussels to make real change happen. And on the topic of Brussels, we fully support the idea of having a fixed representation of a person in Brussels, in person, at the EAIF office, to act as the common link between all of us, between all of the members and the political scene within Brussels, be the contact person of our organization, the face of our organization, and represent our agenda in the EU political landscape. What do we want to stand for? We have many ideas, of course, but our major points are included here. We really want to incentivize adoption of AI. We need applied AI to keep moving forward. We need people to adopt different AI methodologies in their companies. And in order to support that, we need to create incentives to do it. The second point we have here is that we need to remove barriers. We need to be able to take quick action. We need to be free of too hard regulations which can hold people back. And of course, how do we get gigafactories up and running? We need the appropriate funding, and we need the funding that's necessary to be at the world elite level in this technology. And how do we as AI Austria want to contribute? Well, we don't want to just sit here. We want to bring new energy in. We want to bring new motivation into the whole group. We want to coordinate the events that we are already running. We want to coordinate them with other members who want to run similar events. We also want to learn from different events which have already been done throughout the group. For example, we're going to try and start our own AI awards within Austria and learn from what's been going on within the EIF AI awards. But that's just one example. We want to bring our experience that we have in AI policy and AI strategy from the national level that we've been working on to the EU level and help to establish our agenda on AI together. Another point is the EIF marketing, the branding. We want to be a part of this branding. We want to have a unified look. We want to share that within Austria so that the EIF is known in all nations and know what we're standing for. And the last point is another idea we have is to start a membership scheme. We're starting that within Austria so that we can build memberships, build identification with the idea of being part of this movement for AI to generate income for AI Austria. And that's something we could share within the EIAF. So like we said, we're really sorry that we couldn't be there in person. We hope that this video will do in the meantime. Until we can see you in person, we can meet, discuss ideas, generate new motivation, new energy on the topic. Any comments, get in contact with us. We're not that far away digitally. We look forward to seeing you. Thanks for listening.
Have a great time. Bye.
Bye.
Actually, that was quite true, that digitally we are really close to each other. I must say that, every half a year we are doing the event under the patronage of the presidency. And I could, assure you that if you look at our YouTube channel, every edition received more or less 10,000 views. This one was not marked yet because that's our agreement with ministry. But after Digital Summit, all the AI associations gonna push this message through newsletters, community, so 10,000 view almost guarantee. So that was a really good one from AI Austria, and I thank Clemens Werner, the CEO, who's made this decision. Now, I think for me as a Pole, very important part, because we want to present the something which is called Polish Corner. It will be hosted by Artur Pruszko, the digital leader of Kigate. So, Artur, please join me.
Thank you, Piotr. Thank you for having this session where we can share some insight from Poland, what we are doing in Polish AI from different perspectives, starting from public, then business and education. So you will have, insights for further discussion, networking with the Polish colleagues, how to, let's say, build this AI in Europe together. So first speech will be Pamela Krzypkowska from Ministry of Digital Affairs. She is a director for research and innovation, and we will share some insight about the Polish AI strategy. Please welcome Pamela.
Thank you so much. I want to be very quick because, as every strategy document, it's very good to read it and get the actual insights from the document. So what I want to share with you is why we decided to change it. It's not about the strategy itself, but how do we move forward from what we used to have? Because we used to have a document which was the policy, the strategy for the development of artificial intelligence in Poland. And it was established in 2020. And it was a very interesting document. And I think we have it both in English and Polish versions. The new strategy that we're working on is not available in English yet. But the old document right now is available in both languages. So if you'd be interested, I very much recommend you to have a look. But when I go around conferences and when I talk about this, I get this look from people, as you see from the Muppet. I say, the AI strategy of Poland, and they say, what? So the question is, why don't we know about this? And why isn't this more widely known fact that Poland, in fact, has a strategy? So, as I said, the document has been established in 2020. And the case was we have a couple of basic pillars that the strategy is based on. And it's society, innovative companies, science, education, government cooperation, and public administration. So these pillars are actually building the perspective, and you can say, wait, it's a reasonable amount of pillars, and these are important things. And the strategy itself basically talks about partners that are committed to each of the strategy goals. So around these pillars that I've just mentioned, we have partners that are supposed to take care of these pillars. And the goals that we have in the strategy are shared in 3 parts. So these are goals until 2023, until 2027, and further on. That's the 3rd group of goals. And the goals, as one of them you can see here, for example, are the good prevention of AI and its impact on jobs. And the information that you can see on the slide basically says, well, we need to do research, we need to really care about this topic, we need to be aware. And then it says that the organizations that are responsible for this particular goal is this list of organizations. So you have a lot of ministries, and then you have the ministries on the level of of course, the government, then you have the local government, then you have the NGOs, then you have companies. So you have all these people that are responsible for this very general goal. And we know the role when something is happening to someone, and the rule is, do not scream to the crowd, can someone call 911? You point to a particular person and you say, you call 911. And that's one of the challenges that we had with this strategy. As you can see, the goals are very broad and the responsibilities are also very broad. They are just basically saying we need to do all the good things with the trustworthy AI in our heads, but then it doesn't say who has to do what. So what we were lacking is the strategic goals, strategic KPIs, and really a good approach to what we have to do. So what we decided to do is to make a new strategy. So just right now, we're actually in the process of consultation of this new strategy until 2030. The last strategy was a bit too broad, and it basically said until 23, 27, and beyond, AI is not going to change. We're going to have the same challenges, we're going to have the same things that we have to deal with, but we know it's not true. So that's why we thought that for now, we'll have a scope of time for 25 to 30, so just 5 years. So this strategy, of course, will be revised, but we do know that technology is changing very fast. So if you want to look into the whole document, you can see it on the website ai.gov.pl. We have the public consultation open, but what I want to share with you is not only that we have KPIs now, we are showing people who has to call 911, so we have responsibilities for each of our goals assigned to actual ministries and actual stakeholders, but also we look at something different, which is the ecosystem itself. And the ecosystem has 3 parts. It has data, it has compute, and it has talent. And we very broadly mapped out the ecosystem elements when it comes to the regional and the leading ecosystem partners when it comes to infrastructure, talent, and data. But we also mapped out where business, society, public administration, and capital, which is also very interesting. Whenever we have strategies, we need to have means to fund them. It's not only about how do we map out the ecosystem. So we really put these 2 elements into action. And again, this is just a brief introduction because the document is so much broader and it really has a lot of KPIs. So if you're a KPI kind of person, I think you might actually like it. And the most important things I want to share and leave you with, apart from the fact that you can go into AI.gov.pl and consult the document, and we'll be very happy to get your feedback, but it's also that, as I said, it's not about the broad goals and broad perspectives. It's about community, it's about infrastructure, it's about actually building on the ecosystem starters and ecosystem builders. And we have seen in the case of Austria and Georgia, We really need to look into what AI has to offer and how we can all put this into practice with a working strategy that has a goal which is not too broad, but not too small, and how we can work on it together. So I hope you read the document. Thank you so much, and have a good conference.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you for this introduction about the AI strategy in Poland, as we have some discussion about goals, about KPIs, and there is a sense of emergency which can be implemented during this discussion process. Hope to do that. And now we will have a great example of what community can do with the Bilik. And I would like to welcome Karol Stryja from Bilik. He's community builder and will explain us how it was possible.
Thank you very much. Guys, I got a little time, so long story short. My name is Karol Stryja. I like to speak a lot and talk a lot to the people wiser than me. That's why a couple of years ago I started a podcasting company. Later on, I founded my podcast that is called 99 Faces of AI. And I talk with people wiser than me about the AI, the future, the 99 Faces of AI. That's why I speak a lot with women, men, with the either teenagers, trying to get their perspective on how AI can transform our lives, right? I really regret I didn't have a chance to talk with the one guy. This is Linus Torstens. He was the author of a great thing. Let's imagine Helsinki, 1991. A student, Linus, a hobby project, world dominated by closed, expensive software. And that was the year when the Linux was born. And today, Linux, the open source system, is installed on the more than 96% of the world's top 1 million servers. Mark Twain once said that history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And look at this. Then software was closed. Now, kind of intelligence and data are closed together. So what's the risk of the closed model as we face them right now? What are the challenges and those nuances? So, I was looking for kind of analogy between the models, technology, and the real life. And what came to my mind is that maybe those models, the global ones, are like the tourists. So they don't understand the nuances of our 24 plus languages in Europe. They ignore local laws and regulations. They think and act what's very important in Anglo-Saxon context. For those of you who are using ChatGPT, for example, in Polish, please keep in mind, while using that, ask him to use the Polish punctuations. That's very important, for example. Look at this. I asked one of the models to prepare a kind of a photo of Warsaw. The photo doesn't exist really. And this is the weak point of the large global models. Then don't know the nuances and the beautiful memories of the Warsaw, how it looked like, the culture, the history itself. Because only 0.9% of data gathered by the large language models are focused on Polish data. So please keep in mind that the language is the roadmap of a culture. It tells, I will read that, it tells you where its people come from and where they are going away. So please keep in mind, data is the new oil. Who owns our data? That's super important. The algorithm is the new king. Who decides what is true? The government, the institution, the country, or the company? Lock-in is the new prison. That's why the open source solutions are so important. Because what happens when someone raises the price or cuts off our access to the models? So the community's unfair advantage. We're talking a lot about the people, about the skills, about the talent, about the energy. My main message that came to my mind right now, right here, is let's talking, more acting. And Bilik's community is the great example of that. Unfortunately, we weren't able to book more than 3,000 flights today to Gdańsk, so I'm only the one who is speaking about Bilik. However, for now, we gathered more than 1.25 trillion data tokens. Bilik was implemented in banking, finance, e-commerce, and government institutions, and brands like HPE, thank you, Kinga, Crédit Agricole, Bank Millennium are using Bilik as well. Have a look at that. The spirits, the smiles, the action. This is the photo taken at the Paris GOSIM conference a couple of weeks ago. We are awarded with a special award by GOSIM conference, and right now we'll be traveling, guys, so we'll be travelers to China, because Bilik would like to be platform agnostic, would really love to collaborate not only with the biggest global models from US, but also with the other ones, for example, from China. Bilik was awarded with a couple of awards. This is, for example, Jan Maria Kowalski, who is one of the core team members, taking the award during the Impact conference this year. And long story short, it took 4 months Bilik started to speak. Thanks, for example, for Marek Magrish for giving the opportunity to compute and to make the Bilik being live. However, at the beginning, Bilik asked about chicken, gave a terrible answer. So chickens are not rectangular. They do have wings. They usually have 4 legs. I suppose you don't agree with that. However, it took a couple of months. Bilik has grown up. He's much wider, much wiser, much more intelligent, and smart, first of all. Right now, it's 2.5 terabytes of data, more than 600 million documents, lots of data, believe me, lots of data and lots of action taken by the core team and other. I remind that more than 3,000 people right now who gathers at the Discord server to not only chat, but most of all plan and act. So we solve real problems, bring real solutions with focus on specific tasks. And this is super important because we use Bilik not for every task, but for specific tasks only. And for example, that's why, because we get great data gathered and selected for Bilik, we are doing specific tasks far better than the same models or even bigger models from other vendors. Imagine that. The Bilik is the one car here, very smart, electric, that don't pollute the environment, acting in a kind of crowded city. And this is the global big model. So it's energy efficient, it's confidential, it's customizable, and it's cost effective. Long story short, how many minutes I have?
3, 2.
3? Okay. So okay, I will be finishing because there's something very, a great thing happened a couple of days ago. So have any one of you been to GDC Paris a couple of days ago? That looked like a rock and roll concert from the 90s. And then the Juan came to the stage and showed the table. The local models that will be implemented into Perplexity. So the Bilik is going not only local, but globally. The strategic partnership for sovereign AI in Europe, Bilik as NVIDIA NIM microservice is integrated with Perplexity answer engine. A common goal, models of the 24 official EU languages. That is happening right now. So Bilik is made locally, but it will be used globally because it's specific so much that it tends to focus on the details of language and culture. So what's on the roadmap? Bilik now speaks Polish, but we are learning German, and hopefully soon there will be kind of the model that we are calling Der Bilik, and hopefully there will be more to come, and maybe Bilik will also speak in other languages. What we would like to leave you with is kind of the blueprint for other languages. We started without any kind of institution. Right now, Bilik is run under the non-profit foundation, but the most important thing is to act with a great community, with great people, with great computing power. Thank you, Marek. So this is it. Thank you. The future is not yet written, but is built. So let's act and build. If you would like to chat with Bilik, please scan the QR code. You can try it. Whatever you would like to talk about Bilik, about any other ideas, please reach me out. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you, Karol. Great. Great example, great evidence. We have this quotation, yes, we can. And this is the evidence, yes, we can. And it was also recognized in Poland as getting the award of Digital Shapers, so by Digital Foundation Poland this year. So not only, also with strong local presence and local community can scale. And now I would like to welcome Piotr Dorosz, which is another evidence, yes, we can, with the company who really deploy AI, because we have so much discussion about can AI be deployed successfully. And now, Piotr, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Hello again. So I started my company 21 years ago, and I tried to envision what I was thinking at that time. I tried to remember, actually. And my biggest problem at that time was sales. Because I was an engineer, I had to sell for my company to survive. And my biggest wish I pronounced during some of the conversation was, maybe I should grow gray hair, because the other side, CTOs, CIOs, would this way buy from me our services, and it would be much easier. At that time, I didn't know this is rather value I propose, making them buy. I thought it was me. But fast forward, we started as typical software development company, just doing custom development. Then we added license management because we ourselves were using tools, and we thought these tools might benefit also our customers. Some time ago, we added, when GenAI has emerged, we added usage of GenAI for the purpose of building better enterprises and serving our customers better. After a while, we thought it might be useful to solve some of the common problems. And this way, we grew a unit in our company that already has developed more than 20 different solutions, and these products were sold to more than 10,000 customers worldwide. Of course, this slide was shown, but I'm gonna share with you my personal story about that slide. So my friend, our Chief Innovation Officer, Sebastian Kondracki, who was not able to be here, he approached to us at one time and said, maybe we should gather some data in Polish language. So I asked, what would you need that Polish language data? To train models at some point, maybe to be used in the science. There's no good data set in Polish language. So we decided, okay, move on, do it. This was the start of the Speaklish Foundation, the foundation that then, after a while, developed Bilik, starting from just gathering 1 terabyte of Polish curated legal data. This is the end of this story. Hopefully, this is not the very end of this story. From now on, I would like to encourage you to cooperate, because I do believe that cooperation is much better than fighting with ourselves. Bilik was pronounced a lot of times during this conversation, but we have friends in the Plum community also. So we think that we can cooperate, we can join forces for the greater good, for Polish, CE, or European good. Divinity is development infinity. And just I want to finish by saying, when I started my company, I wished for gray hair. Judging by my beard, I'm probably halfway there, but this is not the end. I hope we will cooperate more and for the benefit of the whole Europe. Thanks.
Thank you, Piotr. That's great that we have talented people, but also the companies who can implement AI. That's our competences which we can build on. And then I have another opportunity to welcome Eva Kieczka, who is a representative of Gray Light Imaging Company, who is dealing with healthcare, one of the most challenging use case. And she will explain us how AI can help in healthcare.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eva Kieczka, and I'm Chief Operating Officer at Gray Light Imaging. At the very beginning of my presentation, I would like to present you my company. Gray Light Imaging is a company, and we specialize at implementing AI in healthcare, which sounds quite niche, but frankly, it's a big ocean. We work with clients from all over the world, and these clients could be pharmaceutical companies as Roche or MedTech and so on and so on. As you can see in this picture, our team consists of over 50 experts in various fields. It's AI, it's medicine, of course, or healthcare and business. What is worth emphasize, it's a Polish company. Oh, sorry. And today I would like to tell you something about what we called face-to-face with main killer in the world. And it's not a terrorist, it's not a COVID. The answer is coronary artery disease. And coronary artery disease, also known as CAD, is the main reason why 20% of people die, including the one who died of old age. Currently, 126 million people suffer because of coronary artery disease. And it's a terrifying statistic, and I don't want to scare you, but every 3 seconds someone dies because of CAD. The main reason of this disease is cholesterol plaque. It can be soft, it can be calcified. So let's take a look closer at the soft plaque. So in the 50% of cases, the heart attack is the first symptom without any warning. Can you imagine? What's more, 70% of patients with soft plaque could be classified as a low-risk patient. So technically, they don't have to worry about their health or their condition. That's why we call soft plaque a silent killer. Sounds terrifying, doesn't it? But there is a good news. Soft plaque can be detected at the early stage, and it can be done through invasive method. I would like to omit how it works, but it also can be detected at CT scans, especially supported with AI. And that's where we come with our product, Brighter. So what is Brighter? So Brighter is designed to become the first comprehensive cardiology model with wide range of AI models, such as calcium scoring, soft plaque detection, or assessment of significance of arteriosclerotic narrowing. The goal is to extract life-saving information from CT scans. This information already exists in this CT scan, but the reality is that it's really difficult to find this information there. Only supporting of AI can be a solution. And this information right now can be just overlooked by the doctors. Here you can see the result of our product, the result of our model. That's the typical CT scan. It's a low-dose chest CT with the result of our algorithm on top of it. I'm pretty sure, or I'm guessing that it doesn't mean much to you, but trust me, for the doctor is a great support and gives important information which can determine the treatment for the patient or the future treatment. Here you can see the whole list of algorithms we are working on. Some of them are already ready. Some of them are still in the development phase. All of them are at least at proof of concept, so we are sure that they are really work. That's the information about how our product works, and it can be deployed as an on-premise solution or web-based application, enabling doctors to access this data from every single point in this planet. And in the end, I would like to give you 2 takeaways. At first, coronary artery disease is a serious problem, so take care about yourself. And the second takeaway is that cutting-edge technology doesn't have to be built in Silicon Valley, but also here in Poland. So please keep fingers crossed for us, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Eva. Thank you so much. You haven't mentioned the team behind this that's so-called experience startup, but there are a lot of professionals, including Professor Banach, I mentioned Jarek Bułka, so people who are very experienced in healthcare and digital technologies, and we feel that it is a great mixture and also contribution to the community of healthcare professionals who would like to, let's say, provide better health for us with this solution. Great and a complex use case. And now I would like to welcome Director Marek Magryś from Cyfronet, already mentioned and already be with us because of Bilik, but also now will be a story of the half a century of Cyfronet.
Yes, and because this is a half a century, it will take like 3 hours to present. We have one technical issue. In this case, I will try to sing something for you, which I won't because I cannot sing. But if anyone can, I can accept some help here. But maybe going ahead of the slides, I represent Cyfronet AGH. We are part of the AGH University in Krakow. But Cyfronet actually has a longer story. We've been established in 1973, so we have 52 years old. And in terms of computing centers, that's quite a long time. As you imagine, in the 70s, establishing an HPC center on this side of the Iron Curtain was quite an achievement for the whole community of scientists and researchers in Krakow. They were able to do that, and thanks to that, in March 73, the center was established, and we actually got our first computer, a CTC Cyber 72 machine in 1975. So we were a computing center without a computer for 2 years, and it was not a disruption at that time. Since 1999, we are part of the University of Science and Technology. As I mentioned, we have around 200 staff and 3 data center locations in Krakow. We also operate our own fiber network in Krakow, so we are able to connect all of the universities, research institutions, and some of the commercial customers directly to the infrastructure. what I would like to present mostly today is the PL Grid initiative. This is an initiative started in 2008 by all 5 at that time, HPC centers in Poland. And the goal was to build a uniform computing infrastructure for the needs of research. At that time, it was purely research. The goal was to provide a uniform user experience on all of the HPC systems. The goal was to expand the HPC capabilities because, 2008, 2009, just after Poland entered the European Union, we were not as present on the top 500 as we are today, and I will speak about this in a few moments. So the goal was to develop the resources, but also to develop competences and to provide high-quality services, which was not the case, and I think it's still not the case for most of the research infrastructures in Poland. So thanks to a very strong collaboration with all of the partners, the infrastructure is still alive today, even though the direct funding has ended several years ago. We still have, we've served over 10,000 users over those last 15 years. We are supporting around 600 research projects every year with compute capabilities, and also some storage, some cloud computing, and some other infrastructure services. And we do focus a lot on user experience and on the ease of use of the resources. Cyfronet was selected as a mid-range system hosting site 3 years ago. The system is not alive yet. We are evolving it into an AI factory. And we are also having some of the EuroHPC activities done in the PL Grid consortium. So the Lumi supercomputer, which was mentioned today, the HPE manufactured supercomputer in Europe, is actually a part of the PL Grid infrastructure, and each of the researchers in Poland can apply for the compute time of that. And we also build together with the HPC partners the National Competence Center. So we support not only researchers, but also SMEs, startups, and the industry in building competences around HPC and AI. So we provide training, we provide consultancy, we can also guide you where to find resources, and we can also get involved in some of the commercial collaborations if this is something which you find valuable. So in the terms of the top 500, where does Poland stand currently? On the latest list announced just 1 week ago in Hamburg, we currently have seven systems. 3 largest are coming from Cyfronet, from PSNC, from Poznań, and from WCNS in Wrocław, and Mateusz is also here. So these are the 3 fastest systems. As you can see, all of them are equipped with the latest NVIDIA GPUs. It's either GH200 in our case or H100 in case of Poznań and Wrocław. So nothing really to be ashamed of. And in general, Poland has developed quite significantly. In 2009, 2008, when I started my talk, we barely had 1 system on the list. And now we have more. We would like to have more. We would like to have bigger systems, but this is something which will, I hope, happen with the support of the strategy which Pamela mentioned before. I won't spend a lot of time explaining our systems. What's just important to understand about Cyfronet is that we currently have 2 systems which are AI optimized. We operate Athena, which is 384 NVIDIA A100 GPUs, and this is a system which was ranked number 9 as the most energy efficient system in the world when it debuted the list in 2021. And currently Helios, which is the fastest supercomputer in Poland, it's also built by HP, but based on a bit different hardware than the Lumi one. We based on NVIDIA GPUs. And this is a system which has over 460 of the latest NVIDIA accelerators, over 80,000 CPU cores, and quite a lot of quite fast storage. What's quite unique is that we use GH200 Grace Hopper superchips. We were actually one of the first supercomputing centers in the world which were able to get those chips. They are great for training of AI models. And we did focus quite a lot on energy efficiency. And we actually ranked number 3 on the Green 500 list when the system debuted, which means that we are quite efficient in exchanging electricity into compute capabilities, and I think that this is something which is quite typical for European data centers, and in particular for the Polish data centers, because all of us focus on energy efficiency quite a lot. Two use cases from the AI community, Bilik, which was mentioned before, with quite strong roadmap for development and some clever things. Helios and Athena were not also used as the training systems, but we are actually having people from Cyfronet who are the members of the training team, who run the training, who optimize the software, and we have quite a lot of expertise in that. So if you need any help, just ping us, please. And we are also now collaborating together with Wrocław on developing of the Polish large language model for the public administration, so PLAM, which has a strong focus on public administration. That's how Helios looks. And just one sentence about how the ecosystem of AI will work in Poland. There is quite a lot of discussion about strategies in various fields. So the strategy is, of course, to have a feed in the top tier HPC system, but also having 2 AI factories in Poland and Poznań. This is the one which is being built now, and in Cyfronet, hopefully, we will start to build a factory soon. But what's important is we want to base on the existing HPC centers. We have 6 of them. They have a very strong user base. They have a very strong competence base, and they do have quite a lot of HPC resources and expertise on data center. We would like, of course, to expand this and build on the foundation of the HPC centers. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Big applause. I mean, that's a great history. That's a great technology, and also impact with the recent application of this technology. I think we will to mention Bilik and Plum. And now another success story and another use case. It's mainly in agriculture, so a bit change the industry, but still about technology and AI. I would like to welcome Krzysztof Gwardyś, CEO of Promity. Please.
Hello, everybody. I'm really glad that I'm here with you, and I try to share our approach to AI in Promity. We are just software house, a software house like many others, but with very simple mission. It's common sense applied and reveal potential of data, and especially unstructured data. Promity started from just classical data, so we take under consideration data services, data governance, quality, integration, classical stuff. We love it because it's a beginning for AI. After this, we have data science, but we focus on deep learning and computer vision especially, and of course, software development consulting. If we gather together of these capabilities, we have to some special agriculture products. We call it Promity Agro products, but to be honest with you and tell fully the truth, this success was possible thanks to cooperation with Warsaw University of, not technology, life science. Yes? So we cooperate very, 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 very strongly, closely together. Promity Agro AI, now it's a product which supports entire milk production chain. So we are in milk production. We start from the farmer, really, in cowshed, and we finish in dairy. So we are in dairy in laboratory, in dairy. First part of our product is Kafka. It's AI monitoring solution. We monitor our cows and try to recognize calving, so birth of cow, predict it just 30-20 minutes before, and identify some disease conditions or wrong conditions of animal. If we have milk, we can go to dairy, and then what we do, we have microscope and do some analysis from images made by it. We do a special quality analysis of milk with some special features I tell you more in a few minutes. Starting from calf cam, as you see real cow shed is in this university even, but we are just in some even huge huge farmers with the system. And what we do, we just monitor the cow and we identify contractions. It's a very special feature of the system, then we can see contractions of cow, yeah? And based on it, we can prognose when the birth will be and notify by mobile app about it, the farmer. And the first step, if we have, so it's fatality cases are lower in this case. Probably the health of cow and calf is a little bit better, and the safety, because there are some difficult births and so on. Yeah. If we have milk, so a little bit later, we can go to dairy, and then we have some process from milk sample for going from sample to microscopic imaging till AI processing, and then we have some report about this milk. And I don't want to be, as in this healthcare, to be not so, I can say, rude about products you drink or eat from milk, but you can see what we would like to find in this product. So Candida, E. coli, Uberis, and other things could be, such pathogen could be found in milk. Of course, we look at the quality of this product. So we do taking account some fat fractures analysis, but all this stuff is made by AI based on pictures like this. It's milk magnified on microscope, yeah? So it's the result of analysis after this. And to sum up, I can say that what I'm glad about is I think that we do really ethical AI because we take into consideration animal welfare, food quality, food safety, and of course farmer efficiency and dairy efficiency. So I'm glad about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. It shows how the technology can be used in health. We can have even the concept of One Health, which integrates, all the planets around health, and health of animals is also included there. So if you can find some people from Gdańsk region, they are running one of the project on One Health. You can find these people on Antresola as well. So that's another insight. And now I would like to, let's say, switch our focus from the use cases and application to competency building, and I would like to welcome Mikołaj Schneider from Campus AI. Campus AI is an initiative to build the competencies in AI. Please, welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Mikołaj Schneider, as said. So today's presentation is about building districts that raise innovator. So when we think about the innovations that were during the time, always on the conference everyone is bringing the steam engine revolution, etc. I will not go into this because I was not living in those years. However, I was lucky enough to have the PC from the early 80s. So I was growing with the, let's say, the transformation of working on a computer. And when 90s arrived, I don't know, for some people can remember that there was a Polish candidate for president, Stan Tymiński. And Stan Tymiński was candidate, but he also brought the internet to Poland. He was the first commercial service before there was a 0, 20, 21, 22 for the old school people who remember the modem that we used to have to connect to the internet. He brought the internet, and I was part of this revolution through his service. Why am I talking about this? Because this is for me very similar what is happening with AI right now, that we are in a very similar revolution, that we are in a very similar thing that we need to upskill people, because as as every one of you is thinking about, right now the difference is that we are scared of the technology. This change is going so fast that the main question on the conferences is, will AI take our jobs? Yes, it will take for us to the next level, because what we believe in is that, and what we will fight for, is that we want to keep the human in the loop. We all hear crazy stories about agentic AIs, AI taking jobs, etc., but we still want people to be the better version of themselves by using technology and co-crafting with AI. But to have this, we need to cover the educational gap which we have in the current, let's say, the people that are not AI native, because AI native people are the people who are born now. They will be, as I was with the internet technology, they will be the native with the technology of the future, which is AI. That's why we created the AI native learning ecosystem. Today, AI avatars are teaching people on our platform, and we come up with Me Plus AI and Team Plus AI frameworks for this, based on the more than 10 years now of scientific study by Aleksandra Przegalińska. And I will not go into details what you can learn on the platform, but I want to emphasize on one thing, because that's the real differentiator, where everyone is telling you, oh, you need to go and be a prompt engineer. And we believe that you also need to have the competence to use it ethically, to use it securely, to have a human in the loop, as I said, but also to develop soft skills. This is our chance to be more human than ever before, because for the last years, we focused on how to be more, let's say, computer than a computer is, but now we need to focus on the soft skills. Also, there is a personality test on our platform, because we also found out that different in our personalities are shaping how we use technology. And this is what we are also teaching. But we also found out that when you want to transform the company, it's not just giving them the courses. We need to engage. First, we need to check where the company is in terms of AI readiness. What are the fears of the employees? What are the dreams also regarding the AI? And how to build the roadmap to transform the organization. We need to engage the management, because without the engagement of the management and without a management who will understand how to use this technology, what are the risks, what are the challenges, but also what are the promises, without this, this project will fail. And then comes the engagement of the employees, where they need to be, taken forward by power speech to really enhance their capabilities. And we are going even further, because in 2023, as I said, we started the avatar mode, but now we are going into 3D world. So Austria said that in 10 years' time, we will live in metaverse. And this is also our bet. That's why we are building the 3D environment where you can be and play like a game and learn and use it as a game. So this is the showcase. I will not present it to you in full, but just show you the few seconds that this engine is already up and running. So it's like, for the people who are gamers, like a GTA, but instead of shooting, you are really learning something. And right now, we are also got to join forces with 11 European universities to bring them to metaverse, to have 120,000 students. This is already ongoing projects to be trained within those universities in Europe. And why we do this? Because we have a dream. We want to build the district that has the campus AI as a center, but also the learning component, which is something that will have the universities, work component, which will be the virtual companies, play element, which is retail, and live element with the governments that we would like to also ask for collaborate with us to build this district, to raise more innovators in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikołaj. Thank you a lot. You mentioned the beginning of internet and then the journey where we are here. And now we have a pleasure to welcome Grzegorz Borowski. Grzegorz was one of the core team of Wirtualna Polska. It was the portal started early 90s. And then created Infosshare as a cooperation platform, networking, one of the most successful in the Central Eastern Europe. So welcome, Grzegorz. Please share the story about Infosshare and how we can, let's say, make this cooperation happen.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me here. So as you mentioned, you know, I've got a privilege to work for WP.pl for starting since 1998, I think, together with Jacek Kawalec, who was a part of a discussion panel today before. But then later we started Infosshare and so on. We are not an AI company, you know. We are, but we are an organization which actively supporting the development of innovation ecosystem here in Poland and the whole region. And in the recent years, of course, taking into account as well the unprecedented rise of AI. So just to give you now a few words about our mission. Okay. So we believe that, you know, the technology is changing every aspect of our lives. Not only, you know, this private one, but as well this related to a business running. And we just want to, you know, to help people and to help companies to embrace this change, to use it to your own good, to use it to the technology to the growth of yourself and to the growth of company. And by that as well, we just want to, you know, to make the world a better place to live. And we connect people, startups, and companies. Why this connection is, you know, so important? Because we are, you know, running our mission mainly and acting mainly by running the events. It started from the event. The first one was organized by us in 2007. So right now it was the 19th edition of Infosshare. We started as a, you know, a very small community project, 200 people. You can say right now that it was like a big meetup, you know. Then after, you know, years and years, we reached the level of, in the recent years, we reached the level of 6,000 attendees. They are managers, entrepreneurs, founders, startups, and so on, but as well, from the very beginning, they are people who are, you know, tech-oriented, you know, so they are software engineers, architects, team leaders, and also, you know, digital marketers, because it's all related, you know, to the digital world, to the technology. So this year it was about 200 speakers on 8 stages. And as I mentioned before, we believe that that technology is changing every aspect of our life. And in the recent years, this change is really very, very quick. You know, it's the pace of change is unprecedented. It's really, really very, very quick. So we believe that right now you have to, you know, be prepared. You know, what would be tomorrow. You know, so we believe that we can help you with that. We can help you to use the technology to your own growth, just to shape your tomorrow today at Infosshare. And we build this conviction on 3 pillars: technology, business, and networking. So technology is just all about, you know, the knowledge of what's going on in technology, what are the trends, how fast is it changing, what the future will bring us related to the technology. But we also, you know, want, you know, to support you with a business related matters. So we just want, you know, to learn you, to help you to learn how to build a competitive advantage on the market, of course, using the technology, but as well how to, you know, adapt the best practices from market leaders and how to learn, you know, from the success stories of founders who managed to build really great startups, scale-ups, and technology companies. And the third one, and I think it's the most important aspect of what we are doing and in which we are helping you with, it's just a networking, because we believe that it's all related to relationships. We are here, you know, we just get to know each other. We can learn from each other. We can, you know, share our own, you know, experiences, and then finally, you know, maybe to find a new customers in the markets. And and we realized this mission, you know, related to our main event on 8 stages with over, you know, 200 speakers. And just to show you, you know, the stages, some of them, they are more business related, some of them, they are more tech related. But what I want, you know, to highlight is that particularly on each of this stage, AI is present, yeah, but on different aspects. So we just want, you know, to show you, you know, different aspects of the legal aspects of AI. This more like an ethical one. What are the trends? But as well, you know, if you are, for example, software developer or engineer and so on, we just want to show you how you can, you know, build new technology and apps and so on using, of course, AI. Yeah, this year we've got an opportunity as well. We had an opportunity to launch a special event together with the European Commission and the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology in Poland and Polish Space Agency. It was EU Space Days. The event, all of that related to the European state of, to the state of the European, you know, space technology and so on. And we believe that actually the space technology and dual use technologies, they are very important as well for today. And of course they can be of beneficial from AI technology, but they are very, very important. So we just want to know to carry on with that as well. And the last thing about this networking, we provide, on our events, we provide our attendees with a lot of ways how to network, you know. We provide them with a matchmaking tool to arrange some one-on-one meetings, but we as well, you know, provide the people with a lot of informal ways of networking, like 6 site events and just, you know, wandering through the venue. Just to show you, know, some of the events, they are boat trips, they are, you know, great networking party with live music concert, there are some investor meetup, and so on and so on. It's we really believe that it's very, very important. It's a very important part of learning, you know, of developing yourself, you know, in this world of technology right now. And even today we provided, you know, our users, our attendees with a completely new free ways of more moderated networking. It was roundtable discussions, business speed datings, and as well meeting with experts. So for example, if you got a specific problem related, for example, to AI, you can, you know, just arrange a meeting with an AI experts and discuss with the problem. So just the last words, you know, we are preparing another event in southern of Poland. It will be the 3rd time. We will be in Silesia, so Infosshare Katowice in the end of November. And of course, right now we started our preparations to the next Infosshare, which will be held in May here in Gdańsk. So please feel invited as well, you know, to join us that.
Thank you, Grzegorz. Thank you for the invitation to Gdańsk again. Thank you. So we are about closing remarks, but I would like to mention the networking was, I think, not a coincidence. I mean, that was happy coincidence because we are in a very historic place in Gdańsk when the transformation started, and it was about dream hard and networking, about the people. People can do that, and we have all the building bricks to build at this new future, and that is a story from this place. And now I'm passing the mic to Piotr for the final conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the Polish corner. I mean, I congratulate that to all the participants, since all of them, you know, they had a short notice. So congrats to be here with us on stage. Last 2-3 minutes is about announcement of our 2nd edition of European AI Awards. I will pass the mic to Linas and then a farewell.
So really thanks that everyone have the patience to be here and listen about everything from local news to all of the discussions, all of the Europe, which all of the pain points that we're discussing. And one of the strategic things of the European AI Forum is to share the success stories of our European companies, SMEs, and European AI breakthroughs. So one thing that we initiated last year, and we did have the first edition of European AI Awards, which awarded the best AI companies in the 10th edition of European AI Forum in December in Berlin. And here today we are announcing that we will start to collect all of the submissions for the second edition of the best European AI Awards. And it's really amazing, at least I will share from the Lithuanian perspective. Like last year, we saw that our AI startups raised like 22 million. And year to date in Lithuania, we having the AI startups who raised over 130 million. And the same success stories are in Poland. Like a few weeks ago, we recently had really excellent text-to-speech and speech-to-text models, which are produced by who? By the 11 Labs. So we're really seeing that there's a lot of breakthroughs which is happening in Europe, and we really encourage to everyone not to be shy, not to be that, hey, we are doing good things, and when we be so big that everyone will know us, then we will share about what we are doing. So we really encourage to suggest all of the SMEs and startups and rising things to submit to our European AI Awards, and we will try to select the best of the best in Europe and showcase that we're having a strong ecosystem. So all of the applications will be collected until the end of September, and then by the end of the year, we will have the next AI European AI Forum event, and Piotr will mention where it will be.
Thank you so much. I mean, there was even a slide about the winners from the past edition, like Kai Zenner, from the MEP's assistant, and a couple successful startups. So you managed to to be with us till the end. We conclude the 11th edition. So let me again congratulate our presidency. I mean, the Ministry of Polish Digital Affairs, that we received the official patronage. 12 AI association, including AI Austria, AI Albania, and many others you saw on the stage, but also on the streaming you will see all the logotypes. And thank you for the ECS for the host. Just after the event, we're going to have a establishment of the AI Poland here. So all the companies are already waiting, also on the Zoom, because we have a hybrid meeting. And you are all invited to our networking party, I think at 6 p.m., really close to it. It's a really off-site networking party. We're going to be throwing literally access. So see you at 6 p.m. And if you are part of the AI Poland, then please stay. We're going to talk about the establishment of the AI Poland. Thank you so much.